All right, we should be streaming. One second, let me get that. All right. Good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Beccaro with the Office of Charter Schools. I'm going to take roll really quickly. Stephen Gay.
Here.
Bruce Friend.
Here.
Rita Hare.
Here.
Dave Machado.
Here.
Hilda Parlay.
Present.
Cheryl Turner.
Here.
Todd Godby. Bart Danielson. Shelley Shope.
Here.
John Eldridge.
Here.
Eric Sanchez.
Here.
Jamie Falconberry. Okay, we do have a quorum, so we can begin.
All right, good morning, everybody, for the January 9th, 2023 regular meeting of NC Charter School Advisory Board meeting. Mr. Eldridge, would you be so kind to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflict of interest as we handle the work of the Charter School Advisory Board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict of interest with respect to the matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record.
Mr. Chair, for the
I'm sorry.
senior placements, I must recuse from Summerfield Charter Academy, Queens Grant Community. For 7-year placements, Ascend Leadership Academy, Lee County. 5-year placements, Honeycomb Classical Academy. 3-year placements, Aristotle Prep Academy.
Thank you. Did you get all these?
Hilda, can you repeat the 10-year ones?
Yeah, oh, am I moving? Summerfield Charter Academy and Queens Grant
Okay.
Community.
Mr. Friend, I'll be recusing from Westlake Preparatory Academy. So that's it for today.
Okay, if during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring that matter to the attention of the chair. It will then be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter. I'm sorry, did I
Cheryl, was that you?
jump ahead?
I think someone was trying to recuse, but I can't hear.
Yes, this is Shelley. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Yes, okay, sorry. I need to recuse from Pinnacle Classical Academy.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. As a reminder, the mission of the CSAB is that the Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. The first matter of business today is to review the minutes from our December 5th, 2022 meeting. Those minutes were uploaded in eBoard. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the December 5th meeting?
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to approve the minutes from the December meeting.
Hilda Pele seconds.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Can I get we don't need a roll call, do we, Ashley? Just approval for the minutes from December 5th, 2022. Harder to say than it should be. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Okay, thank you. We also need to approve today's agenda for January 9th, 2023. The agenda again was uploaded per public notice rules and is in front of us as well. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda for today.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Any questions, discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. All right, we have a set agenda. I want to welcome a new member to our Charter School Advisory Board, Mr. Stephen Gay. Mr. Gay is appointed by Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. He is the Executive Director of Bradford Preparatory School in Charlotte. He's a veteran educator with more than 30 years of experience in public education. He began his career in Hickory Public Schools, working as a teacher and an administrator. In 1999, he became the principal of American Renaissance School, later leading East Wake Academy for 9 years before his current role at Bradford Prep. Mr. Gay, welcome to the Charter School Advisory Board. I don't know if you want to add anything to that introduction or any thoughts and comments you want to share with us this morning.
No, I'm glad to be here and be a part of the process.
Very good. Well, welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Well,
With that, Ms. Picara, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Next up are the charter amendments.
All right, great. Before we get to amendments, I was going to ask Mr. Stores, here, our Teacher of the Year advisor, to give us an update on the current Charter Teacher of the Year, because it was announced last week.
Good morning. We had a long and rigorous selection process this year, moving from 20 or so applications to a round of 10. From those 10, we were only able to narrow it down to 3 finalists for the first time this year, and had day-long interviews with all 3 of those finalists. On Friday, we announced Mr. Ryan Henderson of Sugar Creek Charter School to be the 2023 Charter School Teacher of the Year for North Carolina. He teaches journalism and broadcast television at Sugar Creek.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And we'll definitely be inviting him here to CSAB in the next coming months, and eventually if he decides to take on an advisor role, you will see him here at the board meetings.
Very good.
All right, we have 2 amendments today. These should be fairly quick. The first one is from the KIPP North Carolina schools. So most of you know, several months ago, possibly longer than that, the KIPP schools came together and now are considered KIPP NC, the 4 KIPP schools they have. They are they're asking to amend their charter to have a weighted lottery, and also to change the school's mission to one KIPP NC mission, rather than the different schools having different missions. So the new KIPP North Carolina mission statement is: together with families and communities, we create joyful, academically excellent schools that prepare students with the skills and confidence to pursue the paths they choose, college, career, and beyond, so that they can lead fulfilling lives and build a more just world. So they believe that the board, they did I think it was 2 years of listening tours, interviews, workshops with over 60,000 stakeholders to really make sure that they had a mission that summarized not only KIPP's life work, but North Carolina's focus as well for these 4 schools. So that is their new mission. They are asking for approval to bring that to state board, and then also to implement a weighted lottery. These schools already serve over 95% economically disadvantaged students, so the weighted lottery will be a way for them to continue serving a very high number of economically disadvantaged students, especially in certain regions like the Durham area, which is quickly gentrifying, and the housing is pricing some people out of that area, so they hope to maintain a student body that is reflective of their population that they target. Any questions? All right, well, we just need a motion, and I can bring that to state board next month.
Yeah, so we have a motion to approve KIPP's request for a change in mission statement and for a weighted lottery.
I'll make the motion to accept both on behalf of KIPP.
and Hilda Perley seconds.
Any
No.
discussion? I think this makes sense. Particularly given that they also run schools in multiple states, it seems to have a mission that's aligned as an organization. Makes sense to me. So. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
All right.
Passes unanimously.
Great. We have one more. This is a relocation. So per administrative code, any relocation that is greater than 5 miles from the current location requires state board approval. This relocation is actually not taking place until 2024, but as you know, it can be hard to recruit and to have parents commit to a school that, you know, they're unsure of where the permanent location will be. So this is for Raleigh Oak Charter School. They are currently located at 9400 Forum Drive, which I believe is kind of more of a, it's in a shopping-like area, and is not really aligned with the target population they wish to recruit. They have found land. They are working on building a permanent facility with performance charter school development. Their goal is to occupy the building starting in July of 2025. So this is, you know, looking forward a couple years. And it will be just under 9 miles from their current location. It's 3400 Sungate Boulevard, also in Raleigh. They've submitted all of the requirements for this request. You can see on eBoard they have a cluster map kind of showing where their current population is, which is pretty spread out among Raleigh, and then all of the other kind of information about the building and what the facility they will be building. Any questions on this one?
Is there anyone here from the school?
No.
And do we know, how did they engage parents as part of this decision-making? Because it does look like while their current populations throughout the general greater Raleigh area, there's more dots where their school's at currently, for sure.
Yeah, they. I mean, I think they've definitely had, you know, board meetings and things where they've been able to take stakeholder input. I think that they have expressed to us that they've had a hard time with the current location, kind of recruiting outside that area because it's not really. It's not easy, kind of transportation-wise, to get into that area if you are not right there. So they hope that this new location will allow families that are not only located that area, but in other areas of Raleigh, come to the school. And they have struggled a little bit with recruiting and meeting the numbers they want to have, and they think this will help overall with their overall enrollment.
Do they provide transportation currently? They do not.
I don't believe so.
Ashley, you might have already said this, are they gonna be building a building?
They're building, and they have, our office has approved a temporary relocation that will be just a few miles from there. If it's under 5 miles, we can approve that. So that will take place after this year, just for that current year, and then they will go to the permanent location hopefully in 2024, that school year, if everything meets the timeline.
So Ashley, they're going to move twice. So they're going to move at the end of this school year, and then to the new facility at the end of the next school year.
Correct. Yep. And they are a renewal school. So they were here, I believe, last month giving a presentation. We will be voting on them in February. So we could definitely ask, you know, more questions about this if we'd like to in February.
So do they currently lease their facility
Yes,
on summer?
I want to feel maybe it was Envision. There was another school that had been there. It's like a shopping center that had been changed into a school, and several charter schools have been there. Use that kind of as a first stop for on their way to a permanent facility. I believe they have wanted to kind of get this approval out so they can work on recruitment and showing like parents that they do have a permanent location.
I guess my concern is that they're going to be recruiting for another year after this year in an area that's pretty much where they are right now, and then moving, and they don't provide transportation. I just feel like it's either going to be very difficult if you tell parents, well, we're only going to be here a year, then we're going to move 5 miles away, or you can't recruit the people who are away. I think it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I'm having some pause not having a chance to actually ask the applicant and Here's why I say that is, there's another school that came before us for renewal that's on our list that we heard from parents that they weren't even informed that
Yeah,
the move was planned.
yeah.
And so I'd kind of like to have to get a sense from the school, like what work have they done to communicate this potential move? Not to suggest I wouldn't vote for it, but just, I mean, is there a way that if they're gonna be, would they be in front of us in February?
Yeah, we can definitely ask them to come in February. They will be up for, I believe they're were they one of the late audits? Or is there another? Yeah. They will be up in February because we're still waiting on the audit. So, which is why they've been pushed to February. So we could certainly have them come and speak to because it is a lot of changes. They have also, they're one of the schools, if you recall, we placed them at a 3-year. They are asking for a 5-year. So if you had remaining questions, depending on, we don't know what the audit is going to show, we could definitely have them come back in February and we could address the amendment then.
Like, there's nothing, and you may not know the answer to this, but there's nothing from getting contracts in place, the new facility, all of that if we didn't vote on this today, that 30 days is gonna make a difference.
I don't think so. I think they just wanted to publicize it, but I don't think a 30-day difference.
What do other folks think?
I tend to think the same way, and since they will be coming to us in February, so.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about the plan about how they're gonna make sure that they get the building filled back up and they have a way to get existing kids at the school to that facility without transportation.
They need to speak with us.
Actually, their request letter is reference lined a relocation within 5 miles, but then the relocation is almost 9 miles. Do you know why that discrepancy?
Oh, I bet that was an error on their part because they asked for 2. They've done 2 amendments. So the within 5 miles is the one that will be coming up in this summer. And our office is handling that, so I'm sure that was a typo.
So do we have the address of that, the first move?
I do, probably on my computer. I can get that to you.
Okay, but that's not on their map, is it?
No, I have all of that information because we've processed that through the office. And I think it's about 3 or 4 miles from their current location.
Yeah. If they're listening in right now, they don't interpret this as, we're not trying to say they're gonna be stuck in a location that they really don't want to be for the long term, but just the questions we have about them.
I think we could definitely table this for February. I know they're also going to be bringing an enrollment expansion request, which I will bring to all of those to you in February. So we could do that. That might be a good time to kind of talk with them through, there's a lot of changes.
And it sounds like if they're going to ask for enrollment expansion, they're moving at more than 10 miles, they're going to move twice. I think that just, and they're asking for 5 years instead of 3. I think that's a whole school conversation. We need to talk about all that as a group.
And they currently have 285 students, right, according to my notes when they appeared before us.
Yeah.
But their letters suggest they're going to have 700. I mean, that's a big leap.
Yeah.
So we don't have to make any action today other than
Nope.
we don't need to vote. Just
Yep, I can just table this.
till February and make sure that they know to bring representatives here.
Yeah, and we can talk about, that way they can, we can handle the renewal, the relocation, and if they're gonna bring that expansion request, we can handle that all at once.
Yeah, let's do that.
Good?
Ash, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
So if they move from where they are, their temporary location, and then their next location, so if they go from where they are now to their temporary, and the temporary and the new location 2 years from now are within 5 miles, do they have to come to the board and ask for that?
No. Anything that's within 5 miles, they still have to bring all the required documentation, but it goes through our office. Yeah.
But to their credit, they're being very proactive and very transparent. I think we
Yes.
should compliment them for that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we will bring that back in February, and that's it for amendments. Thank you.
So we didn't have to vote on that.
We don't have to vote on that.
We don't have to vote on the table.
Okay, next up is renewal report and interviews, and Ms. Jenna Cook.
All right. So we have two schools here today to present to you all. They had reasons outside of their control that they couldn't come in the November, December meeting, so they are here before you today. Those two schools are Monroe Charter Academy and Carolina Charter Academy. And they are both 3-year placements. And then just as a reminder for you all, for the from the renewal guidelines, a 3-year placement, the compliance issues for more than 1 year, financially sound audits for at least 1 year, and academic outcomes have been comparable 1 of the last 3 years or met growth 2 of 3 years. And then just as a reminder for you all, and then as well as for our schools, the interviews, we've allotted 20 minutes each, 10 minutes for the school, and we do ask that the schools stick to those 10 minutes. And then the CSAB will have 10 minutes for questions if they have some for the schools. And so with that, we will start with Monroe. So Monroe Charter Academy, they're a K-5 school in Union County. Last year they had about 100 students, a little over. We only have academic data for them from 21-22. They were 56 percentage points below the LEA. No current compliance issues for the school. As of August 2022, they were in financial non-compliance probationary status for financial insolvency. And school business is here today. So if we have further questions, you can ask them about that. And then as far as their school performance, they were at an F last year, so they are on that 21-22 low performing list. They did meet growth last year. And this is their first renewal. They have had their charter for 5 years. So with that, I will invite Monroe to come speak with you all to give you your presentation.
Hello, I'm Jim Stegall. I'm the chair of the board of Monroe Charter Academy. This is Dr. Kamala Ford, who is our principal. I think some of you know. I will let the others come up one at a time and introduce themselves, but first I'll just let you know that I've kind of been kicking around the charter school business for a while. I was involved with getting Union Academy in Union County started years ago, then served on the board of that institution for 4 years. And I've also represented Union County Public Schools as their legislative liaison here in Raleigh. Currently, I'm an adjunct instructor at Wingate University. I teach comparative politics and economics, and also do a class from time to time at the Community College in American Government. So,
I'm Willie Owens, one of the board members, a retired elementary school principal.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Dr. R.J. Lightsey, retired pastor and corporate chaplain, and currently Director of Literacy Services at South Piedmont Community College, and served on one previous board many years ago in a different state.
Good morning. I'm Teray here. I'm currently I'm in residential construction area manager. Have a degree in economics and finance. This is my first member on a board. And that's it.
he's also a parent.
Yeah, and Mr. Hill is also a parent at Monroe Charter Academy. As I was introduced earlier, my name is Dr. Kamala Ford. I am the founding principal of Monroe Charter Academy, and want to go ahead and give you our presentation. We are simply amazing. When we opened in 2019, 2020, we had 78 students that enrolled, that actually showed up on the first day of school. This year coming in on the first day of August 1st, not the first day of school, but the first day of August, we had 165 total enrollment with complete paperwork that were submitted. We've been able to retain our students. We have been able to also have a high staff retention. Our focus and goal is targeting at-risk students. 72% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. We are considered a Title I charter school because of this. And here's a breakdown of our demographics. We're 65% African American, 19% Hispanic, 9% multiracial, and 7% white. When we're looking at our academics, the things that I can say is that we're able to offer small class sizes. Our kindergarten is an 18-to-1. We have no more than 18 students in a classroom. Our first through sixth grade is no more than 24 students. In the school year of 2021, our fourth grade met expected growth in reading. And for this past year, our third, fourth, and fifth grade in reading, our third and fourth grade met expected growth in reading. Our fifth grade exceeded expected growth in reading. And our third and fourth grade met expected growth in math. So even though we're a fairly new school, this is our fourth year, and even though we had run into a little bit of challenges even with the pandemic, I know we don't want to talk about it, but we were still able to demonstrate growth. So that speaks volumes to our staff and to our parents. We have been recognized by the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Catherine Truitt, as an academic growth school. I was also recognized as a principal in the top 50% for growth. And some of the things that we looked at is our fourth through sixth graders are now changing classes. So now we're compartmentalized with reading, math, science, and social studies as well. Here are some things to continue our growth and to meet those needs that we have. We're able to offer an enrichment and remediation block every single day. We hired a social worker and counselor that works with our students in the areas of bullying, emotional support, and conflict resolution. Our third and sixth graders have reading buddies every morning for 15 minutes. And we also have incorporated additional resources into our classroom to continue closing the academic gap that we're facing every day. To assist our third graders, because it is their first year being tested, we are incorporating third grade reading portfolios, and we are also assessing students throughout the year with NWEA MAP data and through M-Class. Also, for Striving of Excellence, to be able to bring additional programs to Monroe Charter Academy, we were awarded the 21st CCLC grant. So we're able to offer free after school to our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And during that, they're also receiving after school tutoring. So it is tied to the academics. We have also been awarded the PRC 105, which is school improvement, the CSI, due to being low performing. And those funds will be to hire tutors to come in for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week in our grades 2 through 6 to pull students that are performing below academically and to be able to meet with those students one-on-one or in smaller groups to meet their needs in reading and math. During the 2021 school year, we were awarded the NC Access Grant. With that grant, we've been able to purchase 2 buses to assist with transportation and to be able to have more students to attend Monroe Charter Academy. We will be attending a classical education conference in Arizona, which is aligned to our mission and our school. And we're also increasing parent engagement. And how we're able to do that is that in October, we had a fall festival where we had parents to come out, students to come out. In January, we're going to have an AM and PM session. We're calling it the Coffee with Dr. Ford. And what that will do is that we're going to discuss with parents to let them know exactly what is really going on at Monroe Charter Academy. Yes, we sent out the letters that we're low performing, but really what does that mean? You know, because of the 80-20% model to really explain it to parents. And then to let them know, what can I do as a parent or guardian? These are the things that we need for you to come and be a part of our team in order to ensure that we succeed, but not only that we succeed, but that your child succeed as well. And then they'll also have an opportunity to meet our lunch vendor, to be able to sample the foods that their kids eat to ensure, just to be able to build that relationship between school and home. For our student support, yes, we went through COVID, and yes, there's a lot more going on. Students have been dealing with social and emotional way before COVID. So that is where we have our social worker that's coming in that meets with the students one-on-one, but also goes into each of our classrooms, be able to build that rapport and also show students how to deal with conflict resolution. As far as our staff, because yes, we can, student engagement. Here are some of the things that we've been able to do this year. We've had a spelling bee. We are honoring our students for their academic growth and with honor roll and perfect attendance. We've been able to have a winter celebration, field trips. This year, we've incorporated a dance team and a step team, and we've had numerous fundraisers. And to continue, because we have our students that are economically disadvantaged students, to let them know how much we care and love them, is that for winter breaks, they received a gift from all of us. They received a book bag, a water bottle, a pencil case, and also a book that their teacher chose. And the teachers wrote a personal handwritten note to each student, just to let them know how much they love them. For our staff and personal growth, yes, for our staff, we want to build on them professionally, but we also want to build on them personally. So we had a staff retreat in August where we were able to get down into the nitty-gritty of this is where we are and these are the things that we have to do to get it done. Give them their glows and their kudos along the way, because it has been a hard journey for these past 3 years, but they're able to see that it paid off. We also, all of our staff are CPR and first aid certified. We have done team building activities. We had our first staff Christmas party where we were able to invite our significant others to come and participate, and they got to see their spouse's additional family that they're around all the time. We awarded our Teacher of the Year award. We also have our monthly data meetings, and along the way, we're also doing professional development and relationship building and social emotional health, because it's so important for teachers to get to know their students as far as who they really are and being able to meet the needs of our students. And for our student safety, because there's a lot that has been going on in the world, and to assure our families that we are taking every precaution we can to make sure that when their child enters MCA, that they're going to be safe, as that we've installed security entrance in the front door. We have now a silent dismissal at the end of the day. We also have a one door for entrance and exit instead of having multiple doors. Of course, we continue with our fire drills, lockdown drills, and we've also incorporated see something, hear something, say something. And we also have a program which is NetRef. And what that is that teachers are able to see what are on students' computers throughout the day to make sure that they're on task. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from us?
I have one. You ready? The first one is, it is a little troubling seeing that you're more than 50% lower than the district. Union County was one of the first districts to go back to in-person instruction. Where did you kind of line up with what they did? And we've seen the positive results that have had to get the kids back into school. Were you lined up with that, or did you kind of use some caution and wait a little longer?
So we had, I guess what you would call the hybrid model. So we were offering, when we first started, are you talking about, let me ask the question, are you talking about when we first started with the COVID or after everybody could come back?
I'm talking about Union County was maybe I'll rephrase it. Union County was, I think, the first county to come back and offer in-person instruction full-time for students. And they just said that's what we're doing. Did you all, did their schedule and your schedule line up, or did you wait weeks, months?
Okay.
Until, yeah.
Thank you. So we were hybrid when they were back full, due to the location of our facility and being able to keep students safe with the pandemic at that time. But we were still offering full instruction, whether they were at home or in person. We still kept our same rigorous structure. And then we opened it up to where more parents can come back into the building.
Would you explain the scheduling of your Reading Buddies program?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So every morning from 7:30 until 7:45, our students are between our 6th grade classroom and our 3rd grade classroom. So the 3rd grade teacher stays in their classroom, in his classroom, the 6th grade teacher stays in hers, and the students are paired based on their reading levels. So we have the higher level sixth graders that are reading with some of the higher level third graders and so forth. And so that's how they're paired up.
So it's higher to higher as opposed to higher to lower?
It is for higher to higher for right now, just because this was our first time implementing it. And then we're going to look and see how that is going, of course, data, and then being able to make adjustments along the way.
Because I hope you include the lower as well.
Oh, it's all the students.
It's all of
Yes,
them?
ma'am. It's all the, I'm sorry for,
Fantastic.
yes, ma'am. It's all the third graders and all the sixth graders together.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who facilitates your social and emotional activities? Or
Yes. So we hired Miss Rogers. She has a background in behavioral and social support. So she's the one that puts together our schedule and the topics to be able to address the needs of the students.
But she's not the social worker.
She's both.
She's both.
Yes, ma'am. She's both.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I like your silent dismissal.
Thank you.
Over there, the neighbors, the community will say, okay, sun's up.
Exactly.
School is over now.
Your current enrollment is 107. How does that compare to prior years?
I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question.
Current enrollment is 107. How does that compare to prior years?
Oh, okay. Our enrollment is higher than 107. We have an ADM of 132.
You guys have, on your sheet, you have the history of the school. They started with 85. The first 2 years, they struggled a little bit in their 80s, and then 21, 22, we had them at 107, and so now they've increased to 130 something.
Okay.
Well, there's your answer. It's
Thank you.
higher. So I know the finance folks are here today, so could you kind of walk us through what the financial situation is? It says that you've gone from disciplinary to probationary, so what's going on with the finance?
Currently, I'm on the finance committee. Currently, we have a.
Come over to the mic.
Yeah, come on the mic.
Sorry.
Mr. Hill.
We meet once a month. How you doing? I'm also a parent too of my child goes to the school as well. But we meet once a month, and currently we have approximately $180,000 in the positive right now. So we're projected surplus. Right now, I think it's currently 160, correct? Projected to be 180 by the end of June.
I want to thank that you have 4 board members here.
Yep.
How often do you meet?
Once a month. Once a month.
Okay. If you've listened to the other renewal interviews, this has been something I've been dogging a little bit. When I go to your website, there are minutes from August of 2021 and February of 2022. So from the public insight in, it looks like you've met twice in the last 2 years.
No.
We actually have minutes. We do according to our charter, we do it every month. We do have minutes. They are approved in meetings. We do need to have a better link on that website where people can actually see and fulfill that.
Yeah, I'm going to be particular. You don't need a better link. You just need to upload the minutes.
That's what I mean.
Fine.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll get that taken care of. Also, just to add to where we went back from a hybrid. The reason why we went back for a hybrid is because of our space and social distancing restrictions. So we had to go to a hybrid system. That was one of the questions earlier. Just want to make sure that was one of the main reasons, because we had to keep the 6 feet social distancing.
Yeah. You're currently slated as a 3-year renewal. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's appropriate given where you're at, or do you have any parting shots for comments for us to?
We discussed that in fact during our preparations, and we all realize that 3 years that 3 years seems about right. I mean, we're still a new school, and I know you have questions, and we're still learning things along the way, and so we have no problem with 3 years. We think that'll work fine.
Mr. Gay?
A few questions. According to that slide that's up right now, you were K-5 last year. You're K-6 this year. Is your goal to go to K-8? When you're totally finished, what is your goal?
Our goal is to add a grade level every year. And so, yeah, we definitely plan on being K-7 next year. and K-8 after that, and K-9 and K-10. We would like to see eventually the school have its own purpose-built facility. And we've been talking to a builder about that. Of course, he's looking at our numbers and saying, well, you need more students, and we understand that. But yeah, the goal, as we put out in our initial charter application, was to go from K all the way up to 12.
So that is your goal, to be K-12.
That is still the goal.
You have struggled with enrollment right from the beginning. Can you explain why you feel like you've struggled when you've got other charter schools in that area that is have a very large enrollment, and Union County is extremely fast growing?
Yes, and those charter schools are located mostly in the western part of the county, and I think their marketing efforts are directed at a very different demographic. We started with the idea that our school would try to focus on the most disadvantaged students, which are mostly those in downtown Monroe and to the east. Turns out to be a much more difficult demographic to reach and to bring into the school. I mean, we have transportation and free lunch and things like that, but and of course that helps, and it has led us to grow every year. But it has been a struggle, and we are learning as we go and about things like marketing, which I will admit at the very beginning, we did not have anybody on the board who really was good at that or understood it. We'd had professionals from other fields, but nobody who'd really done anything in marketing. And but we're struggling to overcome that. We're working with a marketing firm right now. We did a little bit of business with them last year, had them put out some radio ads and some other print ads and things like that, and it seemed to work. You know, it's very hard to tell, though, with marketing. It's one of the old adages in marketing that every businessman knows. Half the money you spend on advertising is wasted. You just don't know which half. So we're working with them again this year to try to come up with a package that we think will appeal to the demographic we're trying to serve. We sort of deliberately chosen a harder lift here, and so it is slower than we'd hoped.
I'd like to add something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Come on up.
Having been a public school, elementary school principal, I too struggled with attendance in my school in Ensign County, trying to get children to school on a daily basis and competing with 6 or 7 other elementary schools to get my numbers up was difficult. And on behalf of Dr. Ford, who's competing with other charter schools within a small area where the demographics are a little bit difficult, it takes a great deal of effort on the part of the board as well as the parents and the principal and teachers. Building an airplane while in flight is difficult, and we were learning to understand the classical curriculum as well. And a lot of parents were ignorant, I won't say ignorant in a sense of negatively speaking, but to the classical curriculum, unlike the core curriculum. Therefore, it was kind of hard trying to sell that curriculum to those parents. And it's still a little bit difficult, but we are making strides. And I commend Dr. Ford and the teachers on the staff for the effort that they've put in terms of trying to educate the parents as well as educate the children and retain those students that we have. So it's been an inordinate task to do that. But I think we're making tremendous strides.
I appreciate that. I respect that. I know Dr. Ford very well, and I respect Dr. Ford. But during your application, I don't think anyone ever said you were going to build the airplane while you're flying. So you knew what you were getting into. And
Yes, sir.
Just disappointed that you haven't been able to get the community to embrace you. So hopefully you can. Can you explain a little bit on your transportation? Do you currently have 2 buses running with 2 bus drivers?
So we have 2 buses. We currently have 1 bus that's running. Our other bus is being fixed. That will be ready I was told by the end of this week. Then we'll hire another driver and have 2 buses up and running. And then we'll go back to 2 separate schedules, bus routes, because we had to combine it into one to ensure that we still met the needs of all the students.
You do door-to-door or cluster stops?
We do cluster stops. Some of the challenges when you're talking about recruitment for some of the families, they wanted that they want the bus to stop right in front of their house. And so when you tell them that we can't stop at 127 houses, the first thing that you know that they like to say is, well, then I'm going to go somewhere else. And, we definitely understand that. But we are working diligently to increase our numbers and to meet the needs of the students, along with educating the parents, because it's all a mindset.
Dr. Ford, I have a question in that regard as well. You have an enrollment of 132. What are the numbers for attendance? Do you have some kind of data about how attendance is running?
Yes. I don't have the exact specific numbers for you. I can definitely get those to you. But our attendance is roughly about 80-85% daily.
So I noticed you had quarterly celebrations for attendance. You might want to do something more frequently. Young children need more frequent reinforcement and something that's more instant, that might encourage week to week or month to month that they be there daily. I know attendance is critical to success.
It is.
Maybe one of the factors in the low score or low proficiency.
Thank you for that recommendation. And that's one of the things that we're going to speak with the parents about, just also letting them know how important it is for them to be to school daily, also to be on time, because even if you're 15, 30 minutes, an hour late every day for 5, how much instructional time that's taken away from that child. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mr. Sanchez, go ahead.
I was looking at the report card, and so I saw you exceeded growth in reading, if you just took reading by itself. However, the math seems to be really lacking. I guess, can you get into more depth than maybe you did in the presentation of like what you're specifically doing for math and what you're projecting or what your goals are for this upcoming year and moving forward?
Yes, so one of the things that we are also doing in math is with the tutoring. So our goal is to hire 2 tutors per classroom in 2nd through 6th grade. And that will also assist in reading and math. They'll be with us for 4 hours a day.
What's the function of the tutor?
The function of the tutors they're going to plan with the teacher, the classroom teacher, but then they're also going to pull small groups based on data that the teachers collect on formal and informal assessments in the classroom, and be able to hone in on those basic skills that students have missed along the way. My experience as a former math teacher for 8 years is that we are not teaching the basics of math that we need to on the elementary level. And I'll even go a step further. When I was graduating with an elementary education degree, my minor was mathematics. But a lot of my friends that were elementary, their minor was English because they steered away from mathematics. And so some schools have elementary teachers that run for math, they really don't like it, but they're stronger in reading, then you're kind of, you're stronger in reading and you're giving them just the basics in math. So because of my background in math, I'm able to work with my teachers one-on-one and being able to give them tools and strategies to increase their confidence in being able to give our math instruction to raise our level.
Where are you at right now in January with your interim data as we're, 6 months away from EOGs?
Yes. So right now with I'll say 3rd through 6th grade, we have a dynamic math teacher in 3rd grade and then one in 4th that does 4th, 5th, and 6th. And our students have shown academic growth. They were roughly about 3 years behind when they came in this year, and now we're closing the gap. So we are probably going to have roughly about, I would say maybe a 20% of our students that will be able to increase to be able to pass the EOGs.
So you're saying you're going to go from 5 to 20 this upcoming year?
20% that are showing growth in our schools right now.
A 20% increase.
Increase or growth or passing? Because I heard 3 different terms there.
Well, I'll look at for those that are not making 3, 4s, or 5s to be able to make at least a 3, 4, or 5 on the EOGs.
So 20 plus last year, so 25? Or
No.
You're projecting 20 this year?
I'm projecting 20 this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to add to that, I do believe the tutoring works awesome. My son he attends the school, and because of the tutoring that we have after school, and that's just after school, not including what we're adding now, he went from, say, a 50% reading level to 80% on 3rd grade this year so far.
Well, it sounds like an interventionist Because it's during the day, right? And then there's also after school.
Correct.
That's tutoring. But during the day, it's an interventionist. Is that what I'm hearing?
So with the grant that we got for being low performing, we're gonna have there's two separate programs going on. So we have the one set of tutors that are gonna be during the day that are gonna be in the classroom. And then our after school program are also teachers that are also working with students to provide additional tutoring. So they'll have double dosage.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from board members?
Dr. Ford, I know you're in the minutia surviving, so you look forward from moving from surviving to thriving. Where do you see your school in 5 to 10 years? Have y'all had those discussions yet? Can you get to that point yet in your mind? Where are you gonna be in 5 to 10 years? Where you want to be?
Yes, if I had the magic wand to be able to sprinkle, it would be that we would be one of the top charter schools in North Carolina in 5 years. That we will surpass every obstacle that we've already been faced with and the ones that are coming our way.
May I add something to what Dr. Ford just said?
I'm one of those guys who like to hit the road running. I'm a door-to-door person. Even though I'm a board member, I interact with parents in the community. I go knock on doors. And I've had a great deal of success, and I've even taken my daughter with me. And we've done a tremendous job in bringing our numbers up. And I think if we can continue this effort going forward in 5 or 10 years, we're going to be the school to be reckoned with. That's my belief under this principal's leadership. Thank you.
Okay, I think that wraps up our time. We thank you again for coming before us this morning, and as the schedule indicates, we'll be voting in February.
Thank you.
Well, you guys can actually vote on this one today.
Oh, we can vote on
Yep.
this one today? Okay. I stand corrected. We're voting here today.
That's right.
Good. Ashley said 1 second, so I'm 1 seconding.
All right, there we go.
All right. So the second last school we have today is Carolina Charter Academy. They are a K-8 school in Wake County, but I know Maria will come up and correct me and say they are a stone's throw from Harnett County. And then they have about 630 students last year. In 21-22 is just the only year we have academic data for. They were 11% behind Wake County. For compliance, the Beginning Teacher Support Program let us know that they had an audit in 21. They did have 26 non-compliance issues out of 74, so that school is on a work plan this year, so not currently out of compliance, but they are going to receive a technical visit this year from BTSP. And then for financial standing, they do not have any current issues. There was an issue from last year that was a late audit, but that was now resolved. It was later remitted, so not currently under any compliance issues for financials. For school performance, they were at a D last year, so they are on the 21-22 low performing list. They did not meet growth last year in 22. This is their first renewal, and their first charter was 5 years. So with that, I will invite Carolina Charter Academy to come up to speak with you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, guys.
We have, you have 10 minutes.
Yes, I'm ready.
Good morning. My name is Nolan Perry. I'm our board chair. Very proud to be here and proud to be the board chair for Carolina Charter Academy. We're looking forward to presenting to you. Our school is very young, and for a lot of that time has been COVID time. So on paper, I feel like that's more reflective on paper, but we're excited to present to you to tell you all the great things we're doing off paper as well. We do have with us today 4 of our board members, myself included, and 3 of our administrators here to answer your questions that you may have. I'm going to hand it over to Maria, our executive director.
Hi guys, good morning. It's nice to be on this side. incredibly weird to be on this side, I won't lie. I'm Maria Mills, I'm the director, so thank you so much for going through the paperwork ahead of time, and I actually look forward to your questions. I think our presentation is going to be robust enough to speak to what we've done, but what I'm interested in is to see what you think we could do better. Honestly, the feedback is always interesting on that side, and on this side, I'm really excited for 10 minutes plus 1 minute here. So a couple of just demographics. Jenna was funny, but it is something that I continue to speak about. I know I'm being held accountable to the LEA of my demographic where I am proximity, which is Wake County. I think it's really important to note that I wouldn't even have to throw the stone very far to get to Harnett County. It's like 504 yards. I can see the sign almost. And I think that's really important to start this conversation only because a charter school is a charter school of choice. And when we have 48% coming from Harnett County and 41% coming from Wake and the remainder from Johnston, there's a huge discrepancy in the children that we're getting from different schools. Given the fact that I'm presenting 10 minutes, 6 slides on 1 year of data, that's kind of where I wanted your ears to be listening to us about. I'm not able to provide 3 to 5 years of consistent growth of programs or data or efforts. I'm giving you 1 year, and that 1 year is entirely relevant on who applies and what we can do within 10 months of a regular school year. Note also, when I said regular, we haven't had one of those yet. So I did just want to not use COVID as an excuse, but be really clear that when we're talking 5 years in the future, I'll be able to be up here in a completely different perspective. So speaking of our demographics and peer group, I love data and most people hate it. So I created some data for you to understand where I'm coming from. Our demographics peer group, I took our most, most connected enrolled schools, the ones that we get our most feeder schools from. That's the best way to describe it. And I was really unbiased, and I have, multiple Excel spreadsheets that I can send you, but they really are, where are we getting our students from elementary and middle schools? And then in addition, when we're being given our state exam or our state school report card grade, we are a K through 8. So sometimes a middle school is not necessarily apples to apples with an elementary school, etc. So I kind of just wanted to excuse away the data. And then in that same breath, I hate when my teachers do that to me because we're not allowed to do that. The data is the data and it doesn't lie to us. So given this slightly different point of data perspective, when we are compared to Wake County, we are a negative 11.1. That is not good. I understand why I'm standing here in front of you. But if you just take a slightly different perspective and compare us to the majority of our students where they come from, which is Harnett County, we're a positive 9.8. And that composite score is 500 yards. So I just want to be clear with some of that, what we're working with and what we have ahead of us. At this point, if at all possible, I think I also want to bring up Miss Jacobs, who has a beautiful, brilliant accent, and you'll enjoy listening to her while she talks just a little bit more about data.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the Brit on the team, so they just bring me in here for the accent. So I just want to speak a little bit about our growth. So we did not meet expected growth as an overall, but I think it's important to dig down into that data and look at our subgroups. So digging down, 79% of our subgroups actually met or exceeded growth. So a vast majority of our students really did meet that. And if we look even further into our SWD group, we've got 100% of them meeting growth. So again, and our EDS, 79% making growth. So our subgroups were really focusing, and our our at-risk students are making that growth, which is where we've been trying to focus. So how have we actually tried to help with our students with that growth? We've done a couple of things. One of the most important things we've done this year is we've used our NC check-ins. What we noticed was we weren't getting growth, but we were seeing that these students actually were performing very well. So we took our NC check-ins to say, okay, are our students not really understanding what's going on in those EOG tests? And what we noticed was there's some discrepancy in that data. So looking at our MAP data, we could see if you look at our 22-23, so far we've got over 70% of our students showing growth on that. So we know that they're actually improving and they're making that growth. So we're using our NC check-in data to compare to that MAP data so we can see, okay, where are we having those issues? And then our teachers are having data dives so they can really have that time to dig into that data and look at, okay, what are we seeing and what do we need to get that growth from our students?
Over-prepared. Very distracting. Someone's checking on that, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I need distraction anyways. When we were talking about data and the subgroups and not explaining away the data, I was really intrigued with some of the questions that you guys have asked in the past couple of sessions, including this one, about what next. And that is, I think, one of my strengths, is like, give me a problem and then I'll solve it. I'll try it. And I think most of my teachers would agree to this unwritten mantra of biting off just a little bit. You know, you can spit it out if it absolutely doesn't work, but most of the time the fear is just biting it off, seeing a situation that needs some attention, and then identifying what we're going to do to it. So I think we could speak up here for about 10 or 15 minutes about all of the things that we've noticed and then all of the things that we've already started. So when we talk about action steps, when we talk about our action steps in accordance with our challenges, I think, I have confidence, not cockiness, that I'll be able to answer almost all of your questions for any sort of discrepancy in the data that you see, and that what we have tried, what has worked and what hasn't worked, but also given the confines that we've really only been working on this for about a year. This is our first real year post-COVID, where we have some data that is being connected to accountability of the previous year that wasn't supposed to be. But that's all you have to see is a COVID year, 1 year of testing, and now what have we done? So when the questions come, I look forward to being able to really chat with you about some of our action steps. Specifically, when we speak about our EOG math, it was not good. We were not excited about it. We really have focused our attentions. We have a full-time math coach. I'm really proud to say that I went on a bunch of those trainings for the Best NC and the ALT, the Advanced Lead Teacher, and we tried our own little pilot this year. So we have a full-time math teacher that is co-teaching with 2 beginning teachers. And with that scope, they're doing teacher support, because what we noticed is, why are we focusing on Tier 3 interventions if our Tier 1 instruction is probably not sound? So we went straight to Tier 1 interventions. Our teachers needed support. They were BT teachers who were either in a lateral entry program or simply brand new to the world of education. So I have a fully qualified 5 to 7 year master teacher co-teaching with them at least one class, providing them mentorship hours at least once or twice a week, but also teaching them how to make a lesson plan and reflect. And then following up with some cohorted cycles of observation for the remaining 2 classes that each of those teachers do. My plan is to do that again next year with 2 more teachers. So not actually removing our best from the classroom, but removing some of their workload and empowering them to become these leaders within the school building, where we have high quality instruction that won't need to have intervention or remediation, because it's done well from the front end of it. Okay, sorry, I wanted to say one more thing about that one. All right. So our school goals, the BT program that we had some compliance issues, I feel like has been completely rectified. That was from my first year when we came on board, and the BT coordinator was not quite sure of everything that she was supposed to do. I will take complete responsibility for that, and it is entirely rectified. We have a BT coordinator that has done everything she's supposed to do, and we've gotten no particular feedback from Ms. Holmes at all this year, except for that monitoring visit to occur. So lots of check boxes that have to happen, but a lot of things that I think were already happening that the BT coordinator did not do an appropriate sorry, Bruce, you threw me off there. I gotcha. All right. So the school goals, we have academic goals. This has been our focus consistently. Our financial goals, I think, are important to note here, simply because we've met them already. About a year and a half ago, we went through a very extreme bond situation where we were able to have our construction and an entire new expansion, and that provided some enrollment targets that we've met or exceeded over and atop. We have a wait list on every grade, and we currently are almost a third filled for next year based solely on internal siblings. Moving to the next slide, because I'm going to do 60 seconds here. All right, yeah, that last slide is the perfect one. So this really speaks about the growth and improvement in the culture of our school building. We originally started with 2 buses. We've already doubled them to 4. I am not as confident that I'll be able to roll out 4 next year, only because it's really hard to find a CDL. But that is my goal. And I already have a plan if that doesn't work. We'll probably do double routes. We'll have a full sustaining middle school, which I anticipate having a staggered entry time, which will help with carpool. So either of those two situations will be able to let me have 4 routes instead of 2. Again, that is double the growth within a year. Talking about our lunch program, doubled the amount of students that have had free or reduced lunch within a year and a half. Speaking about our sports programs, we're one of very few charter schools that kind of joined a conference and have a fully functioning 3-season sports program for boys and for girls. I think this speaks to entirely my commitment to the growth of the school. We have 750 kids this year. We'll be at 1,000 within the next 2 years in a K-8 situation. And like I said, absolutely one of the few charter schools in our area. Waiting lists on every grade, and I think the parents know how committed we are to making sure that they come into us, whatever level they come into us, but our expectations are unwavering. Ooh, 30 seconds? No? I think I'm done. I'd like you to finish up with looking at some of those icons, because it does show some particular other questions that you might ask us within the next 10 minutes. But I think I did want to end with just a simple thank you so much, and I hope you can see how hard we are working.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here this morning as well. Questions from CSAB members? I'll start. I appreciate you. We don't have to we don't have to go in the weeds in this, but you know, the 26 non-compliance issues on the PTSP kind of jumps out a little bit, but you feel you're...
Yeah, completely fixed. All of them are done.
And you were, when you opened, were you not a Team CFA school?
We were. Yeah, that first year.
Longer.
I'm still a little bit confused on that. I mean, I speak with the CFN, but CFA doesn't particularly exist from what I understand anymore. So we have no communication with CFA, but it's still on our logo because we haven't gone through an amendment to change it.
Yeah, we can, most of the CFA schools have done that. If they needed to do like an official name change to take away the CFA, we can do that in office.
Okay.
Did you say that 100% of your students with disabilities met growth?
I think it
Yes, 100%.
I can say it again.
Now explain again how your ALT works.
Okay, so we're not part of the official pilot program. I've just started it in-house. We had a seven-year math teacher with her master's degree who is incredibly qualified, who started our Math 1 program also this year. So we are this first year of actually getting math credit for our Math 1 in our 8th grade. What I did was I made her schedule, instead of teaching 4 classes or removing her entirely to be an upper grades math coach, she teaches the Math 1 class. She co-teaches the accelerated 6th grade class and the accelerated 7th grade class. And then on days that she doesn't co-teach those, she pops into the other 6th and 7th grade math classes. So she becomes almost an intensive mentor for those 2 additional teachers. She then meets with Ms. Jacobs about once a week to ensure that the lesson plans are aligned with the standard course of study and that she's starting to get training to be a coach while still teaching. What I had found most effective is that when you meet with your mentor one-off, it doesn't actually give you context for your school. A lot of my training had been in Teach for America with really intensive coaching. You know, you have an observation, you have a debrief, you have a coach, you have an observation, you have that cycle is incessant. So I just started with that math for the upper grades because neither of the 2 that she is coaching are as confident in math or as qualified in math. So at least they're getting some lesson planning support and some confidence in the content as well.
Now, does she have a break during the day?
Oh, yeah. Yes, she does. She's not overworked, and she is well paid.
No homeroom?
No, she doesn't have a homeroom. She has a homeroom, but it's her baby classes that she loves it. She's a little committed to the algebra program, too, so she doesn't quite want to let that go yet either.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was looking at the report card, and I think we give a lot of latitude post-COVID of where people's scores are at. You've done a good job of saying, hey, you know, we're at this, it's not good enough, we want to get better. I am concerned, or I guess questioning, why do you think, what does your team come up with of why both content areas no growth by the state?
Our largest subgroup of no growth was white males. Yeah, that's exactly, like, whoa, right? Across the board, none of our subgroups were of a blatant concern. It was our white males. And I don't know, we have gone through so many different rabbit holes of why that's the case. Regardless, we have absolutely focused on them as a subgroup. We've noticed that sometimes parents are easier to discount it because they're boys, and it's okay, they'll kind of come up on it. Sometimes across the board, virtual learning was not appropriate for math and for boys. And a lot of this sounds inappropriate because I'm gendering this situation, but this is a pattern that we noticed. So what we've ended up doing was making sure that they were in heterogeneous groups in the classroom, and we're making sure that the teachers are just consistently aware of that subgroup. As we've focused again on the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 interventions, which I told you I'm a little bit apprehensive of focusing on because I feel like our Tier 1 interventions, our actual direct instruction is where we had to focus first this year. Making sure teachers are starting to be aware of the data, of the trends, of how to embrace it within the classroom in the moment, taking the pulse of these 3 boys. Is it post-recess? Is it something as simple as social emotional maturity and learning? So that's kind of where we've been throwing a couple of stones at to see what come through. Another
Percent of your student body are Caucasian boys.
Exactly. What percent? I'm sorry, 54? It's right up, it's above.
Of boys and
White?
White
Oh,
boys.
no, I'm sorry. No. Ask me the question again, Eric. What percent? White? Yes. So boys, I don't know.
let's say half of that.
I would say half of that, but I think it's still a little bit more than half. Like in my head, 28% is coming up here as like, it's a little bit more than what they normally would consider a small subgroup. So focusing on it as each teacher in their class has provided at least an awareness. I don't necessarily know if we've seen a growth on our interims, both our NC check-ins and our MAP 2s. MAP second time that we've done it this year, we haven't necessarily seen the growth that we have seen again in the other subgroups, but that's what we saw as a huge discrepancy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just for knowledge sake, how many teachers do you see adding with the number of students that you're increasing? Do you know?
I do know. Between 4 and 6.
And where you guys are located, and I appreciate the geographic explanation.
Did it provide a
where you
context?
are. Do you find it difficult to, comparability-wise for salary and recruitment purposes, do you guys run into a snag with that?
Yeah, that's probably been my biggest professional focus entirely. At this point, I can say that within a year and a half, I've been able to match Harnett County's salary and their supplement and provide bonuses. My biggest growth now is to somehow be competitive with Wake County, specifically in those higher performing, higher need subject areas like math and science. Some of my ideas for recruitment and enrollment next year include a retention bonus, and then they also include like a bring a friend bonus. Because I do have quite a few that now realize we're a pretty good place. So after 6 months, after 12 months, being able to provide both ways a bonus of keeping that on board.
That was kind of a follow-up question for me is do you have issues with retention? Like people come get 2 great years of staff development from you and then jump to go to a better supplement?
Yes and no. I almost have it tit for tat finally this year. Yeah, last year I would have said, yeah, I'm investing all this and I'm not able to keep them because then they go to Wake County. This year I've actually been able to say I've had a couple come from Wake County, and I only keep speaking about Wake County and Harnett County because if you look on a map, it's really crazy how much right in the center we are. So I think what will end up happening in the next 3 to 5 years is that people will start to see us as a force. People will start to see us as one with really high expectations. There's been a little bit of the contrary to charter schools, like people coming from Wake County thinking that they're going to get an easier gig, and then they meet me and they don't have an easier gig. So I'm growing with that. Money talks, and I absolutely am a really good budgeter, and I make sure that they feel like they're well paid for in this industry. In addition to that, sometimes I roll my eyes at social emotional learning and culture. I really do, because I'm such a math person. But what I have realized that trust is one of the first things that ends up being the easiest to build that. For example, we had a teacher planning day right when we came back from break, and I made sure that we all sat down for an hour and a half and we did wine and design with no wine. It was very clear, wine and design with no wine. We all did a cardinal picture, and they got to see the art teacher in action. They got to see the art teacher for the elementary school circulate in action. And it really provided this comprehensive, we are a group, we're doing just fine. And I have never received so many just casual feedbacks about how much they enjoyed that. And it was forced bonding, and I prefaced it as that, this is forced bonding and we're all gonna smile about it. But then we all ended up doing that. So there's a couple of those examples that I didn't put in our presentation that really yield to the commitment of everybody on our team.
Thank you. Other questions?
Come on, I'm good at this stuff.
So
I do have a question. How did you spell that wine?
W-H-I.
It was wine and design, but then we changed it to co-working and creativity or something dorky like that.
Same question we've asked a lot of the renewal candidates. You're recommended based upon the renewal criteria at a 3-year. What's your reaction to that?
My reaction to that? My suggestion and my hope is that you guys will consider at least a 5 or 7 year. And this could be my ignorance with what has actually been done in the past versus what I'm actually able to ask. My hesitation is that I've been tasked with sitting in front of you telling you of all the great things I've done in 5 years, whereas actually all you've really been able to hear about is what I've kind of done in a year and a half. I think that even a 3-year renewal will make me have to start working on this again in 18 months. And I just don't know that that gives you enough longitudinal data to be able to support anything that I'm saying. If I ask for a 5 or a 7 year and you guys roll your eyes internally, then at least I know I asked for it because I had reason to show you some progress, some patterns. And in 5 years, our school will look entirely different than it does now, even only based on ADM and the amount of staff that I've been able to build.
Thank you for that. And thank you, too, for having your board here. And unlike some of the schools that have been in front of us, it's pretty clear that you meet regularly because your website is updated. So thank you for that.
Actually, a good model for how easy it is to find minutes. If I were a parent, it's pretty easy to find what
Were you just looking at it?
What you guys are up to.
I would like to state that we did just completely redo our website, so I'm happy to hear that from the outside.
User-friendly.
And it's able to be translated. That was one of our big pushes, was to make sure that we had some bilingual translation availability on our website as well.
Now, another thing I wish you would do is make your board more diverse.
I agree. Yes.
Hence why probably you have all the Caucasian fellows not doing so well in math.
That's why, right? It's their fault.
I can speak to that too. That's definitely on our radar. We've had struggle recruiting board members. I think a lot of schools have had that, especially during COVID, and you have mask debates and all of that. And you watch the news and you see it's not always the friendliest place to be on a school board. I will say our school board is kind of the exception to that. I feel like our parents have been extremely friendly. We haven't had as much of the drama that you see out play on the news and all of that. But that being said, when you go out in the community and try to recruit board members, it makes it a little difficult. So that's to our renewal, talking 3 or 5 or 7. We're definitely in a season of growth. We've expanded our physical school building. We're growing our ADM. We're adding programs. And one of the things I would like to grow is our board and having a more diverse board, a more organized board. I think we do great day-to-day operations thanks to Maria. But I think, from a board perspective, that's something that is definitely on my radar to get more organized. So thank you for that suggestion. We'll be here.
I drive by your school quite often. I know you got 2 buses, I think.
We have 4 now.
4 buses now.
Yeah.
What % of your population are you transporting in versus parents dropping off?
What percent are we using the buses for? Probably, I think 25%. If not 30%. It might be closer to 30%. I think the pushback that I want to give with that number is that it could be closer to 50 as long as I get another bus driver. So already my scope for next year is to either have double runs for the middle school, elementary, and then be able to have, because we have much more of a need, and I'm happy to provide it. We purchased the bus without even having the bus driver, which kind of went against my budget need, but getting a good bus was good grab, and now actively promoting to get another CDL, whether it's a TA or even a part-time. We're kind of scoping out anything that we can do just to have another bus route. And then we can easily be closer to 40 or 45% being used for buses.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have an observation. I think this is probably as good a presentation as I've heard since I've been on CSAB or really in OCS, and I think it's a great leader and a great board. It's obviously why she is the current principal of the year.
I didn't say that.
And I have no doubt when they come back for their next renewal, they're gonna have some great data. I personally think this school deserves a 5.
Other comments?
I would just say, go ahead. I'd like to comment real quick that I think that the peer mentorship program that you're implementing is really commendable, and that's something that we're seeing as a huge push in education in North Carolina in general right now, especially with this new Pathways proposal.
Yep.
And I think that y'all deserve to be commended for getting out on the front end of that.
Thank you, William. Yeah, we've been through a couple of trainings together, and the front end was part of my biting off just a little bit. Like, I couldn't necessarily commit to all of the expectations of the formal program, but there was no skin off my back to just kind of try it this year. And absolutely, I have found success with very little negative feedback, and I really see myself being able to empower some fabulous teachers with still being selfish enough to not take them out of the classroom entirely.
Thank you for your time. I also think this might be the only charter school or public school in America that uses an ice cream shop as its locator.
And Google does it for us. It's the best advertisement. Like homemade ice cream, just walk across.
Get like a kickback.
We've done faculty meetings over there. Like we've walked on 55 with our little flags so that we are safe, and we've gone to Sunny Skies and everyone gives their ticket and we have our ice cream and we come back. So yeah, nice way to get back to the community too.
Thank you for coming this morning.
I should have brought some for you guys.
We'll be voting later this morning.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Actually, I think we'd like to, I know we have
No, not us.
presentation next, but we want to take just a quick 5-minute bio break. So let's reconvene at like 10:32.
Okay, we'll be back at 10:32.
Okay, we're going to restart our meeting, and we'll start with a financial review for renewals. Ms. Shirley McFadden.
John, Dave, we're ready for you.
Good morning. I'm Shirley McFadden, Monitoring and Compliance Manager here at DPI. I work in the School Business Services section with Alexis Schaus and Jennifer Bennett. I am here this morning to give you a financial review or overview of our charter schools. I did want to start with just a brief background on what that means, what we're doing at a high level, just so you know where our analysis is coming from. Each year, for the 2 years, the whole 2 years I've been here, we have reviewed every charter school's financial statement. We use the data and information provided in the financial statement audit and look at various factors to determine different ratios, looking for different types of information. We calculate the current ratio, the number of days cash on hand. We're looking at even the ADM, based on month one ADM, increase and decrease over a period of time, whether they've defaulted on loans. We're interested in whether or not they're expending beyond the revenues that they've received. We look at unassigned government fund balance and percentages as a percentage of their revenue, percentage of their expenditures. We're interested in material weaknesses. Those that are significant will get presented before you. If they're resolvable, we'll keep working through those. Going concern is certainly something we'll bring to your attention, and whether or not there are significant findings. And that is a finding that the external auditors may have and present in their audit reports, or a finding that we have during one of our fiscal reviews. So our overview today is based on a compilation of that type of information. As a reminder, our school board policies allow us to put a school on fiscal non-compliance. There are 3 different levels: cautionary, probationary, and disciplinary. Each of those has a different impact to the school financially. I say that as a reminder because some of our schools today are in those statuses, but we will discuss which status each one of those schools is in. I wanted to start with the audits that were not remitted. Please be mindful that this is as of Friday, but I can tell you we worked all the way up until about probably 10 minutes ago, so I will give you some updates here. There are 4 out of the 38 renewal schools that have not remitted an audit report. I have heard from all of them. All of them have been very diligent in their communication with us. Cabarrus and Langtree are part of the same nonprofit organization. They started the audit late, and 4 schools had to be done before they can present us a financial statement audit. The auditor was not capable of completing the audit. They have promised, and I'm expecting it any day now. So the dates like December 31st, January 6th, we are close. I know that audit is coming. UARI Charter Academy, theirs is a little bit different. UARI expanded the scope of their accounting system. They wanted to have accounting at each of their school levels this past year, which introduced some unexpected closeout concerns, and it's made it it's impacted the ability for them to close their books timely. They also were impacted by a closeout for bond revenue and debt accounting related to a $45 million education revenue bond that was issued this year. However, they have pretty much promised they should have this before we meet again in February. There are others that they're waiting for that are waiting for that audit as well, so I feel certain we'll have that by the next time we meet as well. Raleigh Oak Charter Academy is another one. I believe they have an interim director, or had one at the last time I communicated with them, and they started very late in requesting their auditors. Their auditor has not been able to complete it. I am waiting for an update on the status of that audit report. I am hopeful we'll have it before we get together next month. I want to give you some context around what that looks like in comparison to the greater good of charter schools. As of this point in time, we're waiting for 39 charter schools. So that's 35 other charter schools have not remitted to date. So that puts us at about 80% of the schools remitted by the end of December, first week of January. And only about 35 of those came in December time period. So a majority of the schools did remit it by the end of November. Just for context purposes on those 4 that are outstanding. I do want to speak about the audits that have been remitted. Let's see, we have 34 audits that actually came in. These numbers are going to slightly change on the screen here, but this was kind of as of this morning. Are we back to 24? I believe we're back to 24 with no issues noted, and I say that the numbers may be a little off. Longleaf School of the Arts is listed as a draft, and that we were not going to vote until we received a final. There was a miscommunication internally, and the final report was just not uploaded to Epicenter. We have reviewed the draft, and we have reviewed the final report as of this morning. We have no issues with Longleaf, so I'll add that to the number of schools without issues noted, and that'll be added to your appendix and list in the appendix. So, if you, the last slide in the presentation lists all 24 of those schools that we had no issues noted with. If everybody's okay, I will not list out those 24. I'll spend some time on the other ones though. 32P, the Institute of Development of Young Leaders, we are waiting to hear back on the status of that one. The draft that was provided had no issues, however, we haven't received a final yet. Assuming we get the final and there are no changes, we'll report on that in February. There are 5 schools that we want to, we have received, but we're not going to present for a variety of reasons, but we will talk about all of those schools in February. And then there are 3 that remain for discussion today. So we will flip to the first one of the 3. That's going to be Westlake Preparatory Academy, 55B. So with this one, I want to preface, Westlake uses the services of management company, Charter School USA, and then based on the financial statements that we've received, Charter School USA has provided contributions and reduced management fees for the first few years. I say that, I'm also saying actually we have seen a significant increase in the ADM. So we've gone from 180 their first years up to about 427 is what we saw for month 1 ADM this year. So we're seeing significant growth in the numbers. Their current unassigned fund balance is $9,000 approximately. However, if the school didn't have the structure of Charter School USA, this school would have a negative deficit in their unassigned government fund balance. And I only say that to recognize that for 3 years, there are no management service fees paid to Charter School USA. For 3 years, we see contributions in the amount of $800,000, $600,000, and this year, $1 million. If we update the information, they did record a liability due to the charter company of $300,000. If we do the math and update those numbers, this school would have about $942,000 in negative unassigned government fund balance. It appears Charter School USA is helping them get along until they get the school numbers they need. But I think it's for our awareness that this structure, when you look at the numbers on the surface, would not raise a red flag for us. Are there any questions on that before I move on to the next one? Okay. Without any questions, I do want to speak to, let's see, Douglas Academy, and I apologize. I've got Douglas still up there. This is now Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington, so my apologies for not updating the name of the school here. This one is similar to that discussion we're having with the last school. The charter school license is issued at the school level. However, Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington is actually, the license is owned, and the school technically is operated as a parent-child type company. So Classical Charter Schools of America is the nonprofit that holds the license. They also hold a license for 3 other schools. So when we look at a financial statement for this school, we're looking at the consolidated financial statement of the nonprofit that has the license for 4 schools. So on the surface, this school has $230,000 of unassigned government fund balance, and it looks fine. I will say, though, because we saw some red flags, otherwise, we looked a little further, and what we see is they do have low cash on hand, $22,000. That's about 4.5 days worth of cash. And when we start looking a little further to see, well, how is it low cash, but they've got a high unassigned government fund balance, we see there's a $535,000 note payable that's due to the parent company. It's due to Classical Charter Schools of America. That's not included in that $230,000 number. We see a breakdown of each individual school, but this number is not included as a note payable. So again, we have a situation where we have a 0% interest loan. It's not being recognized as a short or a long-term note payable for that particular school. There have been no payments made on that $535,000, which was originally $735,000, since 2017. And if we actually included that as a note payable in their either short or long-term debt, what you get is an unassigned fund balance that would be approximately negative $300,000. Again, this is for information purposes. Every business has to make decisions along the way, and I think we should just generally be aware that these companies do provide these types of finances to these organizations, but we should be aware when a school itself is being supported and substantiated by the organizations that own the licenses or the management companies that are helping operate them. This one, just from an ADM perspective, is pretty consistent. 132 in 2021, 112 month 1 ADM for 22, and they're about 125 for fiscal year 23. I would say for this one, the school's been around a long time, so. That's just the information I wanted to provide on that school. Again, any questions before we move into the next one? Okay. The third school we'll talk about, final school we'll talk about today, is Monroe Charter Academy. Monroe Charter Academy is actually, they're in probationary status. However, they should have been on disciplinary based on an adjustment that was made this year. A long-term debt of $251,000 was not included. Excuse me, I'm not saying that properly. Let's see, this one it's probationary, it's going to be disciplinary this year. So this one's kind of been up and down for us, and they did have a restatement. Sorry, I was looking for the restatement. So at the beginning of this year, we have a restatement that took them from negative $80,000, which we thought they were doing better last year, back down to $282,000, negative at $282,000 in FY21. This year, their negative unassigned government fund balance is $192,000. So this is 3 years of negative unassigned government fund balance. We can see that the long-term debt of $251,000 is related to what it appears to be a developer. The developer, per management's plan in the audit, is deferring payments until they can make a payment. That amount is included in this unassigned government fund balance. But per the notes and per management and the audit firm, they're going to delay payment. It sounds like originally they were going to sweep it into a future leasing agreement, maybe with a new building, but they're waiting until they can pay that back. Because the developer appears to have put something, or the whole plans have been put on hold, that payment has now been, it's basically due upon demand from that developer. So because it's due on demand from the developer, they've identified it as a short-term payable. It's increased their long-term or short-term liabilities for this year to $251,000. And that is all of the updates I have for you this month. Are there any questions that I can answer?
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Derek.
When you made the point, I'm not gonna try to say what you said a minute ago, but about, can you restate the point, I guess? You said we should be aware when, can you?
I can, yep.
And I'll follow up on the question.
Okay. Whether it's a management company or a nonprofit that is separate from the school itself, what I'm presenting is that we should be aware of when a school is having financial difficulties and either the parent company or the charter management company is assisting financially to help that organization survive. Because it's like any other corporation where if you have a subsidiary, the corporate company can at some point in the future decide that that child company is no longer sustainable. So I just feel like it's important for us to be aware of when an individual school that is run by a nonprofit that has multiple schools, but we're consolidating the finances and they're helping them, whether it's relieving them of their rent for a period of time or offering contributions or reducing their management fees, however the assistance is being provided. Some of these we see board members giving, notes or giving them loans. Those are things we'll still bring to your attention. So to me, it is no different. We should be aware if there are financial concerns and maybe asking the question of what that parent company is doing or how long will they continue to support that type of organization, because any normal company has a choice at some point to pull out.
Given this is somewhat, I guess, common practice of some of these companies giving this money up front as seed money and otherwise, is there anything about the schools you presented today that you're like, well, yeah, it's common practice, but this is a little weird or unorthodox?
No, it's the practice itself, right? It's the fact that we can't see. If you just look at the numbers for the school and the financials that are presented, you will not see what's actually happening to ensure that school stays afloat. So if the seed money stops, if they choose not to keep providing that way, will we know? Will we have the foresight to see it if we're not looking for that type of analysis on these schools?
Thank you.
Yes.
For example, too, I'm looking at Monroe. They said that they're going to have $180,000 in just this morning's presentation, $180,000 surplus. You're showing that they were 200. I want to make sure I understand this. That they were $251,000 in debt.
So their current liabilities as of 2022 were $313,000, right? Their assets, they do have total assets at about 428, but current assets at 100. I don't know what's happening currently. I can't speak to that. There's a possibility they've got an influx of cash from some place, some location. I don't know, but I can say unassigned government fund balance was negative 200,000. So after cash, after commitments, they're at negative 218,000 is where they started this year at. So.
And with an enrollment of 125 students, I mean, that making that difference up is, and that's.
So if we looked at the prior year, so I'm looking at a month 1 ADM because that's where our funding comes from. So that's a number that's relevant for us. Might be a little different than the numbers previously presented. They went from, I'm going to go back 2 years. So 2021 was 103. And 2022 was 119. We saw their revenue go from 1.1 million to 1.5 million. And there's a possibility there's a break-even point for them in the future. Generally, based on experience upstairs in school business, like the magic number I've heard is you try to get to about 300 before you're really breaking even and can get out from under that. That's not exact science. That's not this school. But yes, there are questions. I can't speculate going without further analysis on how many students they would need to get to their break-even point.
your number you said, your balance, for Monroe's balance?
I just, the only thing I heard was, when they did the presentation, I asked what their financial situation was, and they were estimating $180,000 surplus from this year. Not, because what we're looking at looks like the end of the 22 year, not 23, so that's why I was curious that even that $180,000 doesn't get it to, break even with, but it's getting there, if that's the case.
That's why I asked, so maybe I heard wrong.
And it could be fund balance versus government fund balance, right? And we're looking at, it's a possibility, the difference in numbers presented.
Eddie, do you have that number?
Yeah, I think I can explain this and a couple of other points here. The projection, I think it was surplus was a term used. I think the $195,000 cash in the bank is our projection for June 30th. The last budget I saw, June 30th, 23. So the issue, I think it just comes between surplus and cash in the bank. Cash in the bank will have $200,000, but we would still have 200 less that carryover surplus, plus or minus the surplus or loss for the year. So we have the cash in bank, but we don't have a net surplus of 180,000. We have almost a zero balance or a small negative balance of, I think it's $30,000 last year. And to your point, Mr. Sanchez, we were talking about how by the way, our company provides support services, non-academic support services for the schools. So we don't do as much as EMOs, but we do what's necessary. But we have our loan to Monroe has been over $100,000 early. That has all been paid back. I've committed to the school to do that again if we need to, and so we're solidly behind the school. Now our contract is up, I believe, this June 30th. So the school will decide whether to hire us again or not. That's up to the school. So I think that we're on good footing from a standpoint of support from the management group, or not management group, the support group. One other thing I'd like to address was the audit itself and the issue of the debt. Before we opened in our first school, we hired Hubrick Contracting to come upfit the church that needed a lot of work so we could move in. The agreement there was that we don't have a note for it. We don't have anything in writing other than the cost that we found out. But the idea there was for Mr. Hubrick and his company to build a facility for us in 3 or 4 years, 5 years. Well, obviously the enrollment hasn't panned out, so we can't do it. But the last time I talked with Steve Hubrick, he and I talked about our coming here today and needing to start reducing that debt. So we made an offer to him based on a longer payout, but he said he would think about it. So he still has, and he's building another school for a school we work with. So he has the opportunity to stay with us a little longer. We certainly don't expect him to, but even the interest on the $250,000 hasn't. We've been paying interest on $50,000. That was one note, and the other was just a handshake. We haven't been paying interest on that, and he hasn't asked for it, and told me he wasn't going to try to collect it. So, bottom line is it's still money we owe, but it's not in writing. Steve wants to build a building for us, and I think as long as we start a monthly payment that includes 8% interest, something reasonable, I think he would be fine. I can't speak for him, but I think he would be fine. So I hope that opened up.
He put in writing to our auditor that to amortize this.
We're good, yeah. So anyway, thank you for your time. Any more questions that I could answer about those answers I just gave you?
I think we're good. Thank you, Ed.
All right, thank you.
I do have one more question for me personally with the audits. Are you seeing a pattern in the last couple of years of schools and timing of getting their audits back from companies?
We've had a significant delay in audit remittance I have been told that it's not been like this in the past, and I know COVID was a significant factor last year. This year, I am advised that the audit firms are still struggling to hire auditors. One firm in particular makes up for a good third of the outstanding audit reports at this point in time, maybe more, but at least a third of them. And that organization, I've been in contact with their partner, and they're working diligently to catch up on all the audits that are delayed.
I know at one point in time, it may have been last year, we talked about the discussion of a requirement for some sort of training or something like that from DPI before you could be put on a list of ability to audit charter schools. Is that still in play, or where are we with that?
We don't have current plans to do so. We have, I will say, we want to reach out and do some type of communication with them. Last year, what we were up against was DPI now has to collect all 200 plus financial statement audits ourselves. And Office of Charter Schools graciously, easily stepped up with Epicenter for us to collect those. We've got some nuances to work through, like how we can update what's put in there. So we've been working through that this year. And I think because of the experience of myself and my staff, we just don't have people that have been doing these single audits a long time. But there are definitely some things with the compliance supplement that we're seeing that are being missed with those audits. So we definitely would like to talk to them this year at a minimum, and then maybe in the future develop something that's more of a formalized training approach. But
excellent.
Yeah, thank you. Eric, can I answer your question earlier? You asked me, did I have a concern about either one of those schools beyond just the fact that the cash is coming in? A school, the one in Wilmington, it would be the one to look at further, right? Their numbers from an ADM really haven't changed. So the question is, how long will the cash continue to help sustain the school? Right, that would be the type of question that I would consider with any one of these. For the other school that we were talking about, Westlake, you can see the ADM has jumped those first few years, right? But Classical of Wilmington has been there long term, so then we're talking about a commitment from an organization. And that's hard for us to determine, but at least our awareness should be there. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, all done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very important update, and we appreciate it. We're now going to be moving into voting on the recommendations for some of these schools, not all of them. We have a list in front of us from the Office of Charter Schools on the ones that we're ready, we feel ready to vote on today. So I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Cook. I just want to also start by saying just thank you. Thank you, congratulations, everything else from the Office of Charter Schools on these renewals. Close to 40, I think, was it 38 somewhere, renewals this year. It's just an amazing and overwhelming effort to get to the point today where we're voting on these. So just thank you for the staff and Ms. Cook and everyone. So.
Okay, so yep, we will be voting, or you all will be voting today on recommendations to the State Board of Education. Because we are delaying the vote for some schools, it will go to State Board for discussion in March and then for action in April. You all may vote on schools as a group, but I'm sure, as you know, it might get a little complicated with recusals. But you may do so as a group for schools if they have the same recommendation for renewal term. So any school that has a recusal, you will need to vote on separately. And just as a note from policy, it does state that CSAB may make an alternate recommendation to the State Board of Education that's not included in the guidelines. You all have a copy of the guidelines in front of you, but if you choose to make something or make a recommendation outside of those guidelines, just make sure that you are stating your reasoning in public session. And then we have a motion example for you all, just as you're running through all of those to help. And then you do have a voting sheet. That's just for you to keep track of the votes as we move through these schools today. So we will be voting, or you all will be voting on 28 schools today. If you can make a note, we are going to add Longleaf School of the Arts to that 10-year placement. They are not currently on your sheet. So they are a 10-year placement school. And you can cross them off of the February vote. All right. And outside of that, so I have for you all the statute that we've talked about plenty of times, but the statute states that the state board shall renew a charter upon the request of the charter entity for a subsequent periods of 10 years unless one of the following applies. The school has not provided financially sound audits for the immediately preceding 3 years. The school's academic outcomes for the immediately preceding 3 years have not been comparable to the academic outcomes of the local school administrative unit in which the school is located. The school is not, at the time of request for renewal of the charter, substantially in compliance with state, federal, or the school's own bylaws. And so, again, you all have the renewal guidelines in front of you. I won't go through each of those individually, but we will start first with the 10-year placements, which are Tiller School, Willow Oak Montessori, Pinnacle Classical, NC Leadership, Falls Lake, Oxford Preparatory, Summerfield Charter Academy, Queens Grant, Island Montessori, the Expedition School, Southeastern Academy, and Longleaf School of the Arts. We are delaying the vote on Langtree and Uwari until February. Those are the other 2 tenures, though.
So am I correct? All of these are in, just as a reminder, all of these are in the 10-year bucket, so to speak, because they meet the legislation, the statute.
That's correct.
None of these are schools that the office or that any of us have suggested, well, they would be 5, they would be 7, moving to 10. These are statutory.
That's correct.
Alignment.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone on CSAB who recused themselves from any of these schools?
I did from Summerfield and Queens Grant.
Okay, so if that, in that case, I'd like to do them individually. Otherwise, you'd be not voting on any of them.
Exactly.
If that makes sense.
And Shelley recused from Pinnacle Classical.
Okay. Are there any, and I guess we can change our mind later, CSAB members, are there any schools not on this 10-year list that you feel we should discuss that should be possibly on 10 years? Is that even possible?
They'd have to be statutory.
It'd have to be statutory, so we can't leave
eligible.
them up.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So,
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion then to, of the 7 schools that remain that people are not recused from in the 10-year placement, to go ahead and move those schools forward for a 10-year renewal.
So I want to name them specifically. So the
Okay, so
schools-
Tiller School, Willow Oak,
Oh, hold on.
yes.
Are these the schools we're voting on, or the schools we're being recused?
the ones that are recused are Pinnacle. The recused ones are Pinnacle.
Summerfield and Queens Grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the ones that I'm making a motion on then are Tiller School, Willow Oak, NC Leadership Charter, Falls Lake Academy, Oxford Prep, Island Montessori Charter, the Expedition School, Southeastern Academy, and Longleaf School of the Arts for a 10-year renewal.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just think we need to state for the record that we are aware that Uwari is currently low performing, but nonetheless, it does meet the statutory requirement for a 10-year.
We're not voting on that school right now.
They're gonna be
Okay,
pushed
I'm
to-
sorry.
They're pushed to February. I'm waiting for the audit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Any other discussion? Okay, we had a motion and a second. No further discussion. Let's go ahead and do roll call vote, and this is to cover the schools on this list other than Pinnacle, Summerfield, and Queens Grant.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Would someone like to make a motion for Pinnacle Classic for 10-year renewal?
Mr. Chair, I move that we recommend Pinnacle Classical for a 10-year renewal.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second, any discussion? Hearing none, let's roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approve.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Would someone like to make a motion on Summerfield Charter School for a Summerfield Charter Academy, for a 10-year renewal?
Mr. Chair, I gladly move that we recommend Summerfield Charter Academy for a 10-year renewal.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby, Todd,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And can we get a motion related to Queens Grant Community Charter and a 10-year renewal?
I'll move to recommend Queens Grand Community to receive a 10-year renewal. I gotta read the whole thing, right? Term starting on July 1st, 2023.
We have a motion, can I get a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, was Mr. Gay supposed to be voting? Our newest member.
No, I believe he was going to not
No,
vote,
not
given that
vote
he was
today.
not here for any of the interviews
Okay.
of the schools.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
congratulations to those schools.
All right, next group we have is the 7-year placements. Those two schools are Ascend Leadership Academy of Lee County and East Voyager Academy of Charlotte.
And I recuse Ascend.
This is a category that we have latitude to move other schools up to if we so chose. I do have in my notes 2 schools that I just had in my notes that I wrote down, could be a 7 potentially. That was both Westlake and Bonnie Cone.
That's correct. I also have notes that you all, there was a discussion about Westlake Prep and Bonnie Cone, and then it was also brought up that although Jackson Day School didn't specifically request, they're also a 5-year, that their data is very similar to Bonnie Cone and Westlake Prep. And that data is in the presentation if you'd like to take a look at it again. And all of those schools listed are currently as 5 years.
So.
But Westlake isn't that the school we just looked at their financials, that they've got some financial issues?
It is.
Yes, it is.
I'm not so sure that we want to give a 7 to somebody who's got financial trouble.
Okay.
Would it be, I mean, I think there was a difference between that one and the other one when finance spoke about it, and they just said that there were no red flags in their opinion for that.
Because their ADM had jumped.
Because their ADM had jumped, and I mean, a lot of times, management companies get called out for taking a percentage of too much. And this one, the management company is actually investing in the charter, and they have the ADM increase, so this could be part of their strategic plan to get that up. And specifically that one, aren't they outperforming, I mean, I guess this is our staff, just to make sure I'm reading this right, aren't they outperforming the,
They were down.
down 1.8%, but they met growth, but overall
They're not outperforming, but they're comparable.
comparable,
Yeah.
so, okay.
The comparable is within, is it 5%?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That, sorry, I used wrong words there.
We only have 1 year of data. That's where it is, the way it is.
Seems to me that specific EMO is invested in it, and the ADM's going up, so I would still advocate for it to have a 7-year.
In the case of Bonnie Cone, they are, while they didn't meet growth, they are outperforming the local LEA. And in the case of Jackson Day, similar to Bonnie Cone, they did not meet growth, but 7 points higher than the LEA.
I have a question for staff. What, if a school doesn't ask for it, are we to assume that they would want it? I mean, I think everybody would want one, right? So why would the school not?
Well, in this case, I think, in the case of Jackson Day, it was I think it was just often overlooked, often they get nervous being up here if it's
Okay.
their first, it's sometimes unclear as to if they should ask, for an additional, but when staff compared the schools that had originally been at 5-year placements, the data is very similar.
So, and I'll remind us that Bonnie Cone went from 291 enrollment to 869 and still maintained that C.
And one reason why they did that is during COVID. I believe isn't this the school that took, when Charlotte Meck was still shut down, not offering in-person instruction, they said, we'll take in people?
Yeah, I don't think they actually ever closed their doors
Yeah.
to.
So I think that's
a face-to-face
very
learning.
impressive that they were able to do that.
And they took in, I think, 250 extra students that they did not get paid for during COVID.
Good point.
Yeah, I would advocate for all three too.
Yeah, I seem to recall, I don't have the minutes in front of me, I seem to recall that Jackson Day they didn't ask for 7 because they didn't think it was their position to
Okay.
That's
stand
what I
up
remember,
there
yeah.
and do that, but it was like, no.
They're just following protocol.
Jackson Day was a conversion from a private school to a charter school, and they made that transition extremely well. They built a new building during the first 5 years. I think they certainly deserve a 7 also.
Well, if you take a look in their 2018-19 proficiency, they were minus 7.5, and then after COVID, they were plus 7.3. So I mean, they didn't allow that to be a hiccup for them. In fact, they 10-point growth, over the district. So
I have a note of 1,000 students on their wait list.
yeah.
So we're saying all the 5 years? Go to 7?
If we're comfortable with the
Possibly.
debt financial situation of Westlake, I think that's the question mark.
I mean, I don't think you make that type of investment if you're not there for the long term, and with the ADM increase with that as well. And they met growth.
Who is Westlake's management company?
Charter School USA.
Okay.
And just so I'm reading all this right, all the Jackson Day doesn't have any compliance stuff. All the compliance for Bonnie Cone and Westlake has all been rectified, right? Okay.
It does beg the question of why do we have a 5-year?
Yeah, why is a 5-year? I'm just actually looking at that sheet right now.
Well, I would advocate that I know we're not going to talk about it right now, but me personally, what was the where is it? Sorry guys, I'm drawing a blank. The Carolina Charter. I mean, I would feel like that should be up for discussion for a 5-year, but I'll leave it up.
We'll be getting to
Yeah,
that.
I know exactly. That's what. But he asked why even have the.
Well, the only difference according to the rubric, and again, it's just guidelines. It's not, it's not the 10 Commandments. It looks to be the difference between 5 and 7 is a 5-year would, I just lost it.
They did.
Yeah.
Met
That's the
or
met or
exceed.
versus not met growth, even though like in the example of Jackson Day, they outperformed the LEA by 7.3 points, but they didn't meet growth. You know, and I think that's probably where meeting growth and financial complications are what keep a school from automatically going to a 7-year.
Well, that's why it's either or, if their outcome
Right.
is comparable to the LEA.
And they're not low performing, obviously.
So moving on to, yeah.
Well, I think we have to vote on that. I mean, I think we voted on these.
Can we handle the sevens first?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's, would anyone like to make a motion on Ascend Leadership Academy of Lee County and East Voyager Academy of Charlotte?
I'll be happy to move
just
to
separate
recommend, yeah, I'm going to. I'm gonna go ahead and move to recommend Ascend Leadership County, of Lee County to a 7-year renewal term starting July 1st.
I second that motion.
Any discussion on Ascend Leadership Academy, Lee County? All right, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez, Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Would anyone like to make a motion related to East Voyager Academy of Charlotte?
Mr. Chair, I move that we recommend East Voyager Academy of Charlotte to receive a 7-year renewal term starting July 1st, 2023.
I have a motion. Would anyone like to second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. We do have the 3 schools that were recommended for 5-year. We've had some discussions already about and rationale for doing so, potentially move them to 7. Why don't we just go ahead and see if someone would like to make a motion on Westlake Preparatory Academy.
Can I ask a clarifying
I have to recuse from that one.
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarifying question? With regard to letter grades, can you remind me, A, B, C, D, know the number of thresholds is by the tens?
50.
Oh, yeah.
What is it, 85 and above is A? I should know this.
70.
70 to 84 is a B. And what else?
55.
Okay, I got it.
Some states they do like 30-point scales. Interesting.
Would anyone like to make a motion on Westlake Preparatory Academy? Why would we say then?
I'll make a motion that Westlake Preparatory Academy be issued a 7-year charter beginning on July 1 of 2023.
Have a motion, have a second.
I'll second the motion.
Rita Hare, second. Any discussion? I think for the record, you captured, I'm sure you captured this in the minutes earlier as to the rationale why we feel that this is a school that should receive a 7-year renewal.
Yeah, we'll get those in the record.
And I want to say that they met growth, because we're doing it for the record. They met growth, and so I think that's why it's supported.
Any other?
With a huge growth in student population too, you know.
Yeah. Any other comments, questions? Okay, we have a motion for Westlake Preparatory Academy to receive a 7-year renewal starting July 1st, 2023. We have a second. Discussion is ended. Let's do roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Unanimous?
Okay, Bonnie Cone Classical Academy. Would anyone like to make a motion on Bonnie Cone?
I make a motion that we move Bonnie Cone Classical Academy to a 7-year renewal placement.
Can I get a
I
second?
second.
Discussion.
I have concerns over this motion. The school is 2 points away from being a D. It's not very close in the growth metrics. It's 59.9. To meet growth, you need 70. It just doesn't seem as close academically as the other 2 schools that are in this pool that we're talking about. It seems like it's perfect where it is in the 5-year middle.
But Eric, though, they are outperforming the LEA. They took on a whole bunch of new kids, like hundreds of new kids, and they're still outperforming the LEA. And they met their growth.
They didn't meet growth.
They didn't meet growth.
They didn't
Not,
meet
and not
growth.
that close.
They were ahead in proficiency compared to the LEA.
I mean, I think it's admirable to say that you took on that many students and in 1 year you still were able to show you're above the LEA, but I'm a little on the fence with the whole not met growth. And, looking at there's no data from the previous 2 years, so I'm sorry, I'm blanking out on why there's no data.
COVID.
17, yeah, but the other schools are showing data.
That's COVID. And 17, 18, they either didn't exist or didn't have enough grades to have
Yeah,
tests.
I couldn't remember why there's
They
none
went
at all.
from 291 to 869 in enrollment in their short life. I guess this is their first renewal, so they're 5 years, probably
Okay,
4 years
so this is
in
their first,
operation.
okay, gotcha.
Good diversity, I don't remember the numbers, but I remember it's a school with good level of diversity.
It's the issue with doing these months after you discuss them, but I don't know if staff can help us out with this. Did they provide internal data about how they were progressing now that they've had the amount of, the volume of kids that they've come in? Didn't they show that now that they've had them for more than a year and just taking them on during COVID, that they were getting up to the higher growth?
I do have in my notes that they presented internal data that showed growth during 2021, I believe. I don't know if I'd have to look back at their presentation, but I have that in my notes.
I think that's a big thing if that's one of the hangups here with folks on the board, not meeting growth. And I understand where Eric is coming from, but when you take that amount of students all over the map, especially after COVID, and then if they can show that they've had these students for more than a year and the internal data that they have, I don't want to hold that against them for not only one, doing the right thing, but also the circumstances that it was taking on that wide diverse of a population from across Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools when those schools were shut down.
And this school is also located in Huntersville, and this school is a majority minority school. They offer transportation, they have free and reduced lunch. And again, they did bring in 250 students that didn't get paid for. It seems like, I don't want to use the word reward, but I think it would, they deserve to have a 7 instead of a 5 for everything they've had to deal with since they've been open. The school done exactly what they said they were going to do, and they are comparable to the LEA.
Other discussion?
Were you able to find that internal data, Ashley?
Yeah, I'm pulling up their presentation right now. Yeah, there's their internal data, looks like.
So while the rest of the county went down 18%, even this past school year, they went up 5%.
Yeah. How was Westlake took on how many kids? Is that what I just heard?
Bonnie Cone, I
No,
believe.
Westlake.
Oh, Westlake, I don't.
Didn't they?
Yeah, they had a,
Somebody applauded them.
yeah, they had a jump from between 20 and 21 from 167 to 417.
And they met growth.
Yes. They met growth, yeah.
It's a slightly lower proficiency,
Totally different population too.
and half the size.
Again, I don't see it as a punishment, I see it as, it meets the framework, and if it were, you're right there, you know, I think the next goal we're gonna discuss is a 68.9 growth measure, 70s growth. They're a point and a half, they're less than 2 points away from growth. That's a conversation. You're talking about a school that, you know, I look at data. I mean, yeah, there's different variables within it that the school decided to do. It's their decision to do that. The data itself suggests that in the framework, they're where they should be. And I think, I mean, if I would put money, I'd put money on this school. They're gonna be great, that they're gonna kick butt now that they've had the students for a longer period of time. At this present time, the data to me deserves where it's at.
Can I ask then, on the 7-year renewal, they have no significant compliance issues? They're financially sound audits for the last 2 years, and the academic outcomes have been comparable to the local LEA. Do you agree with that?
Do I?
Is there agreement on that?
Yes.
Those are the 3 criteria for 7-year.
With the growth.
No.
Academic outcomes have been comparable to the local LEA at least 2 of 3 years.
Or exceeded growth.
Right, it's an either or.
Oh, I don't know the comparable for the last couple of years because we don't have that data.
We were looking right there at
Up on the screen.
2021 and 21-22. That would be 2 years.
Let me
And the information we got from Office of Charter Schools is that they were
there we go.
4.3% higher than
Mhm.
LEA.
If that's been validated by Office of Charter Schools, then
It's in the notes they gave us.
Yeah, they're
On that
comparable to
sheet.
they're comparable to the LEA. We just have 1 year of data because of COVID and because they've only been open for a certain number of years.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm belaboring the point.
Let's go.
I was asked if I agree with the fact that they have all these bullet points in the 7-year renewal. I do if the Office of Charter Schools is saying that, yes, they have academic outcomes that are comparable to the local school beyond 1 year. But we don't, right? Because the last couple of years.
Correct.
But there was data that we put up here on here, and have we been able to, again, in-house data is in-house data. Have we been able to say this is true? Because that would put me over the edge to agree with it and agree with the motion.
Office of Charter Schools had that.
What the
they had to
school is
validate
presenting
that.
to us is showing that they're comparable. When, during the time we didn't have the COVID data.
But the data before that, wasn't that basically saying the other years they were comparable to? What was
That's in-house data.
That's
Yeah,
their data that they
See it at the
presented to
top.
you guys. This one.
Yeah.
So our office doesn't use 2021 data because it was not state accountability data, but we allowed the schools to bring that data forward if they had internal data. This was a difficult decision too for staff in terms of 5 and 7 year placements, and we went with 5 for these 3 schools because we only had, in most cases, just 1 year of data.
So this data is not on there because the state didn't,
It's not accountability.
but those were their test scores, not those are actual test scores. EOG test scores, okay.
The state said you can't use them.
Yeah, because they're not applicable,
And
yeah.
they're not verifiable.
Yeah,
They haven't been verified.
Right, but it's actual, right.
By both.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you for that.
And that's accurate.
We have a motion.
If that's accurate, I'll support the motion.
So we have a motion, have a second, any further discussion? Okay, the motion on the table is to move and recommend, that Bonnie Cone Classic Academy receive a 7-year renewal starting July 1st, 2023. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Ty Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
and John Eldridge.
Aye. And again, I think you've already mentioned, but I think that's what, when we talk about the
Yeah, me too.
why,
Yep.
that's a good add-on for us.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You're welcome.
Okay, passes unanimously. Next on our list is Jackson Day School. Would anyone like to make a motion related to Jackson Day School?
Mr. Chair, I move to recommend Jackson Day School to receive a 7-year renewal starting July 1, 2023.
A motion, can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Again, as we talked about prior to when we were looking at the 5 and 7 year schools, this is a school that, yes, has not met growth, but seemed to be very close to meeting it. 7.3% above the LEA efficiency, which is actually significant growth and increase in proficiency as well since 2018.
Yeah, they must have been extremely close because according to the report cards, their EOG math and reading growth was met in both.
Yep.
Yep.
Had to have been one group that,
Yeah, 1.3%.
yep, yeah. Yep.
Any further discussion? We have a motion and we have a second. Again, the motion is Jackson Day School to issue them a 7-year charter renewal beginning July 1st, 2023. Can we do a roll call vote, please?
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right, unanimous.
Okay. The next group are 3-year placements, potentially 3-year placements.
Yeah, so next is 3-year placements. I did have some discussion points, just to hopefully jog your memory. For all of the 3-year placements, Moore Montessori was discussed as a school that could receive a potential 5-year. The school is comparable in the 1 year of data that we have, but they were in that 3-year placement because of that low performing status. But the CSAB did discuss giving this school a 5-year. I'm going to skip the notes on Raleigh Oak. We're voting on, or you all will be voting on Raleigh Oak in February, so I will move that to February. And then I just added to my notes, you all heard Carolina Charter also asked for a 5-year renewal as well. And then you all heard from School Business today about Classical Charter Schools of Wilmington and Monroe Charter Academy. And so those are the keys from discussion.
Okay.
So which schools are requesting to move up?
Well, I don't know if it's, I don't know how to word it quite that way.
It's a Jackson Day situation.
Yeah, it's we internally have discussed the idea that perhaps Moore Montessori should receive a 5 instead of a 3. And today, we briefly mentioned that perhaps Carolina Charter should receive a 5 instead of a 3. So why don't we start with those two? Maybe go back to our notes about Moore Montessori.
Look at, and again, I'll talk with staff if you remember more than I do, because there's a lot of them. But my understanding is that, and I think it might be with the other one too, but their English is up. Their math was to be desirable, but it was that were they finally going in with the Montessori math at that point, and it was a new way of learning, and now they're starting to see the gains from that. Am I explaining that right?
I think so. I think it was also the discussion of like the Montessori method not necessarily being as conducive online
Yeah,
as
exactly,
opposed
yeah.
to like the
Blended.
hands-on type of learning that they would have wanted.
So they are a D school.
They were D, they were, I think I have in my notes that they're 1 point from being a C.
That's what it looks like.
Okay.
I do have that too.
They are below the local LEA in proficiency. I mean, I guess they fall within that range of compatibility, if that's the word we're using, comparable. But they are slightly below, but it's not more than 5%.
Yeah, what was the range?
5%. If you're 5%, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're 5% below the LEA or 5% above it, you're still kind of by definition considered to be.
It says
comparable
no
to-
more than 5 percentage points below. Yeah. So anybody more than 5, I would have considered not comparable.
They're low performing too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It's hard to see the case.
I'm trying to remember why we.
It was,
Yeah, I
I think
did-
it was their English. They were doing really good job, and then the math was just abysmal. And they were talking about how it was the Montessori just did not translate, doing a blended / virtual option. That's sort of in my notes.
Yeah, they've been given a 5-year renewal already one time, and
That's the original.
original, right? That was the original one, and so that's why they're up now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see.
As much as I would love for this board to give them a 5, I think it'd be great, but I think this is one of those, come back and start doing your work in 18 months and come back
Let's see
here in
what's
3
up.
years and show that it was COVID that caused you all these problems, and then maybe you're getting a 10-year or 7-year at that point.
We can circle back on this.
Well, I can. Yeah, because they're going to do.
Yeah, we'll just
do them all as a
Yeah, I
group.
think they're ready to
So
go.
let's move on to Carolina Charter. We heard from them this morning. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we recommend Carolina Charter Academy to receive a 5-year renewal starting July 1st, 2023. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
We have a first motion and a second discussion on Carolina Charter.
Well, to make sure we're being consistent, they're a D school that didn't meet growth and they're low performing and had the beginning teacher audit concerns. It just seems out of character with the presentation today. Just it's kind of incongruent that they would not be on top of that.
The beginning teacher audits, anybody in the charter school community realizes when you do that audit, they find all kind of deficiencies due for multiple reasons, a lot of times not well communicated to the schools. That's not on DPI by any means. And Ms. Mills certainly explained that she has a new BT person that can making sure that that's taken care of. The amount of non-compliance is a little higher than normal, but at the same time, it's all been taken care of. And they are absolutely correct in that presentation. There is a bunch of Harnett County school as they are Wake County school, and they're certainly outperforming that, or at least comparable to that.
Yeah, they showed data that they're actually, if they were compared to Harnett County, they were 9 points over, I think the number was. They're slightly under where Wake County is at. But they are correct. I mean, their school is literally on the line, and they're drawing from 3 different counties, actually. I think they draw from Johnston as well.
I wrote down this. The only reason I would consider supporting a 5-year for these guys is the board and the leader seem to be sharp, right? And I think it also there's some credential there, and then building up a data repertoire, giving them time to be able to do the things that they need to do to come back in 5 years and say, we said what we're going to do. I had enough faith in their presentation that would probably come out positive. It just, when we start talking about schools, and I know the comparability is an issue, and you want the state board to recognize that too. If we do a 5-year instead of a 3, that a number like 10 below the LEA and D school, it just sounds, I think we just need to be clear about if that's what we're doing, why we're doing it, what. what the expectation is, and I really truly believe in the leader and the board are committed to making that happen, me personally.
So let's be sure we're consistent as well. So we have both of these schools at 3-year, right? And the consideration 5, if you remember Catherine Rucker at Moore is also a strong leader.
I don't
Had a great
recall that, yeah.
presentation that day, but it wasn't today.
Yeah.
So it's not as fresh.
Yeah.
And make you as confident as Carolina makes you now, but they're both D schools, low performing, that didn't meet growth. So we could handle them in a consistent way or differently.
And I think that's where we get into an issue of how much time is between when we saw the presentations and today.
I also have a concern about setting precedent that D schools should be moved up.
That's
a legitimate concern.
Don't we have the same situation there? And I realize it's out of our hands, but we have D schools that are getting 10 years because of where they're located. Because the statute says so.
Yeah, but that's statutory. I think when you look at the large number of low-performing schools that we have, if we set a precedent that you can be low-performing and get moved up because you have a strong leader or a strong board, but you still haven't produced, I think that's a slippery slope to walk.
I agree with that.
Yeah, there hasn't really
No
been,
doubt.
there hasn't been a data point mentioned. It gets very subjective, I think, when we start just talking about a good presentation.
Yeah.
And it was a great presentation, and I believe in the school and the school leader. But we're talking about a D school that's 12 points away from being met growth in terms of their growth data, and didn't meet growth in either of the content areas, math or reading. It's a lot of data to the contrary.
And clarify, we have not given a D school a 10-year renewal today, correct?
No, but that's on the.
It's
Okay.
not gonna happen
But we
today,
haven't
but
done
we
it.
will in 1 month, to be honest. So,
And I'm not necessarily opposed to 5 years is not that long. I mean, really, they start it, and then, 3 years from now, they start preparing. But we just have to be consistent, so if you look at the data of one and the other, I think we must treat them consistently, and as
Well, and if you look at the
Cheryl
other
says,
schools,
look at the precedent.
you start looking at the other schools that are on the 3, they're all in the same kind of category.
Yeah.
Which hence, that's probably why they have a 3 and a 5 year.
I totally understand everything that's said needs to be consistent. There's some 3-year renewal schools that are just hanging by the skin of their teeth, and then there's some 3-year renewals on this list that are trending in the right direction, strong boards, strong leaders. I do think we need to be, take each case by case, because there's a wide variety of schools in that 3-year, and I wouldn't want to be pigeonholed into, I don't have any problem not being consistent with our rubric when we have strong feelings about how strong that school is, leader, board.
Well, I mean, I'll just say that I was, swayed with more, because we easily put that one to the side, and because I didn't remember the presentation, quite frankly. And then we had one today to where, look at the data side by side, and they're pretty close. And then that one, I was, I'm on the fence, so I don't know.
And I have a concern because of how subjective they have a strong leader is, that if that's our reasoning for why a D school should get 5 years over a D school that doesn't get 5 years, is one thing when you're a D school and this is your 3rd time getting a 3-year charter. That's a whole different game. These schools this is their 1st time, but when we start saying, well, because the leader is strong, or the leader makes it, essentially we're basing the leader strong based on the presentation, that's so subjective.
Well, I think that's the power of why we have a committee and a board, that we all come at this with a different viewpoint. I think the leader is strong. I don't think that alone is the reason why I'm recommending 5 years. I think the assessment that the leader is strong was not based upon 10 minutes in front of the microphone today. think it's based upon the work that we've seen done since she was put into place at this school. And I do think, and it resonates with me, it may not resonate with everybody, and that's okay. That, yeah, on paper, it looks like the proficiency is much lower than the LEA. It is if you only consider Wake County, which this is not a school where I think that that's a fair comparison to, given the location of the school and where their students are coming from.
Do you have any other data though that supports your claim of strong leadership that you want us to consider?
I would say that with when you look at the overall growth in the, I know this, I know this school, it's just not too far down the road from me. So I know the culture of the school, I know the culture, the energy of the teaching staff that's there. They had, I believe, turnover in the first year or two of a head of school. So I'm making my decision based upon both a data point that I think is important as well as leadership of the school. Any other? The motion on the table is for 5. I guess I do have a procedural question. Is if we were to, when we vote on an applicant and it goes before the state board and they reverse course or have a different opinion, that comes back to us. How does this work with renewals? If we were to move forward with a 5,
It doesn't come back to you. There's no,
they make the decision that day that it would be 3? Or
well, over the 2 months. So in March, we would present your recommendations. They would ask whatever questions they have, and then between March and April, they would vote in April. And there, since I've been here, there have been a few times when they've changed it.
Any other discussion? Well, I made the motion for 5. I don't remember now who seconded that.
Dave.
Dave seconded.
Was it just for more, or was it for 2?
It was just for,
Carolina.
just for Caroline Charter.
Just Carolina.
Call for a vote.
Yeah, so we have a recommendation to move Caroline Charter to a 5-year renewal starting July 1st, 2023. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
All right. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Nay.
Cheryl Turner,
Nay.
Todd Godby,
Nay.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Nay.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Okay, it does not pass. It is, let's see, 5-4.
Can I make a motion that we move Carolina Charter Academy to a 3-year renewal beginning July 1st, 2023?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby. Todd,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
So do you want to make, is there anybody that's recused from the 3 years?
Of course, the Parlay, Aristotle,
Which one?
Aristotle,
Aristotle.
Prep Academy.
Anyone else?
4.
That's all I have, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and make a recommendation then to move Thomas Academy, Davidson Charter Academy, the Experiential School, Rocky Mountain Prep, Classical Charter School, Wilmington, Veritas, Moore Montessori, Monroe Charter, and Apprentice Academy to a 3-year renewal term starting July 1st, 2023.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approved.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
Okay, those are unanimous.
All right, and can I get a motion on Aristotle Preparatory Academy? Hilda is recused. I'll make a motion that we recommend Aristotle Preparatory, where did I come with Hilltop? Aristotle Preparatory Academy received a 3-year renewal beginning July 1st, 2023.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, can we do a roll call vote?
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Todd Godby,
Aye.
Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge.
Aye.
All right, that one's unanimous.
And then we have, in several schools we're gonna vote on in February. We have the list in front of us, minus obviously Longleaf School of the Arts.
Correct.
We've already given them a 10 today.
Yep. So we have, so in February, we will meet, we will hear the final financial reports from Shirley regarding these remaining 10 schools, and any other data that we need to provide, we will be in contact with you before then.
Can I
Yes.
request, if I remember last time, and this may be a dead end, when we were discussing the possibility of a low-performing school being given a 10-year renewal, it was said it was statutory, and it's just automatic. But then there was some discussion, and again, this is where the dead end may have appealed, legal, I would ask your advice on this, is now that we're a month away, I'd love to see, like, all of the kind of legal thinking and just breaking down of that statute to see if it indeed is, like, we have no other choice in it, or if there is some language in there that provides at least some level of discretion.
I can pass that to legal. I can talk to legal about that. And we will also, once we get through these, this cohort, we want to start doing some committee work with the CSAB and just kind of taking a look at the guidelines again, because every year they're a little, they could be easier, I think, to understand. But we will finish that up in February. In the meantime, are there any other questions before we?
Other than these schools that we're voting on renewals, what else do we have on the agenda for February?
We are gonna add we're gonna start some of the committee work. We wanna try to start, talking about regarding both the renewal process and the application process. We'll have several amendments. That's when I will bring all of the enrollment and expansion requests for the upcoming year. I haven't had a chance to see how many there are, but I think there will be quite a few. And then,
Are we anticipating the need for 2 days?
I haven't looked at it will probably end up being a 1 day, but I wanna make sure, I need to look at the agenda and how long we anticipate these other schools. Some of these 3-year, schools, as you recall, some were also placed in a possible non-renewal, so we will, any schools that are in that situation or that we have more questions for, we're gonna ask them to come back to CSAB so that you can ask those questions directly.
And that specifically was Paul R. Brown, I think.
Zecca?
And maybe some others.
Yeah.
And that could end up taking some time in terms of presentations from departments as well as interview of the actual committees, actual schools.
And the way you guys did renewals this year with the packets and then even this sheet, really helpful.
Yeah,
It was.
very much.
They were, yes.
Well, I'm glad, and if you have any more recommendations or feedback, let us know. And I just want to also publicly give a huge thank you to Jenna, because she revised a lot of this. Her and I work really closely, and she also, for a good amount of time, was running the RTO process when we had a vacancy. So she's been doing double duty. She's helped a lot with onboarding our 2 new staff. So just a huge thank you.
I had the opportunity to do a school visit last Friday with Ms. Cook, and we were near a military base, and let me tell you, she could have ran like
The military.
she knows how to run a school visit. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So,
Mr.
congratulations.
Chair, I have something aside from all of this. I would like to know why we do not salute the North Carolina flag. And I'd like for us to consider that. It just stands and that's it. One simple sentence. Something for us to consider, please.
Okay.
With that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Before we adjourn, I'd like to make a comment. Again, I want to thank OCS for a great job preparing, but also want to give a shout out to Mr. Storrs, we call him Prof, our Teacher of the Year. I just happened to be scanning the remote the other day, and I saw him on what NC Ed Matters, is that what it's called? And he is certainly representing our charter school community extremely well. And the fact that it's very obvious you have a great camaraderie ship with the other Teachers of the Year. So thank you for being out in front. We really appreciate you. You've been the most visible Teacher of the Year that we've had. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll add to that. I saw that program as well.
You need to let us know you're going to be on TV again so we can all watch.
I think next month they're doing a follow-up on education matters. So.
Okay.
Right.
Roxborough is very lucky to have you.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think we do have lunch, is that correct?
Yes, lunch should be here. All right, thank you guys. Thanks everyone online.
At 12:04.
Me?
That's the reading program, letters.
You read the minutes each time?